Because I've done it for 10 years, does that make me an expert in murder trials? No. What we're talking about is this witness simply says he can't tell you what these cell sites are doing. He can't tell you what the cell companies are doing. All he does, he gets the information and he interprets it. Just because he's done it for however many years or how many times, they have
remember,
we tell you that
it's offered for a particularized reason that the finder of fact is free to disagree or to agree with.
That's true.
Okay, and the case law is pretty clear. I mean, in terms of what the purpose of cell records can be, or records of this nature can be utilized for. So what's your specific other objection?
Simply because he's done it for so long, we can't tell the validity as applied to what he's done. He's actually done it correctly. He even told you there is no error rate. So at the point where he's supposed to give the jury information
well, that
to help them
depends on,
understand.
Remember, that depends on the area of analysis. For example, if you're doing hard science like physics, chemistry, math, there's an error rate or other things that you can calculate.
True.
Okay, that's different than this type of science.
No, I agree completely.
But you have to look at each category that's being offered as to under DOLLOR as to the gatekeeping function.
True, but at the point where this witness can't tell you that the way he is applying the methodology does or does not have an error rate, at the point where this witness can't tell you the way he's applying the methodology that he's ever been wrong before, he cannot assist a jury if he can't tell you if he's right or wrong. All he's literally doing is reading a PowerPoint or reading an Excel sheet that comes from a company.
I think it's
all of us can do that.
I think it's more than that.
And that's why I said the argument is the validity as applied to this witness. That's the argument that my colleagues are making. That's the argument that I just want to make clear on the record. The state has never shown you anything where he can tell you that all of his experience tells you that he's done it correctly in the past, and that's why he can do it correctly now to assist the jury in anything. At this point, he can read an Excel spreadsheet, which every single other person in this room can do, so he should not be qualified as an expert for that reason. Okay. If they can go back in the past and say he's done it 700 other times or has all this experience, and we can prove that he's doing it correctly then, and we can prove he's doing it correctly now, and we can prove that he can show the jury something that the jury can't understand on their own, then he should be an expert. But this is a validity as applied argument. He cannot show you that. I'm not an expert in murder trials. I'm not. He's not an expert in whatever the state wants him to be, because he can't tell you when he's been right, when he's been wrong, and he can't assist the jury in anything other than reading an Excel spreadsheet. That's the only argument I wanted to make.
All right. Based upon the arguments I've heard thus far, I'm going to qualify Mr. Worrell as an expert in CSLI and historical cell data, cell site information. All right.
Your Honor, if I could make a correction for the record.
Yes, sir.
In regards to my training, the total amount of post-training was 2,000 hours. I believe it was said that my training pertaining to this was beyond 350 hours. It is not. I don't know the specifics, but I just would like to make that clear.
Well, that's an issue that you can cross-examine him at trial on, okay? Okay, all right. And may Mr. Worrell be permanently temporarily excused for the time being?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Worrell, I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness for the time being. The state will call you, or the defense will call you at a particularized time. Just make sure that they know your dates of availability, and we'll talk with you later. Okay, don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, all right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Right, thank you, sir. Okay, next. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state will call up Mr. John Pple.
All right, Mr. Pple. Summon Mr. Pple, please. Mr. Pple, hold on 1 second. Can you step outside just a second, please? Just 1 second. Give me a second. right, as it relates to Mr. Worrell, I just want, just to complete the court's analysis, I am, under my gatekeeping function or required by DOLLOR and 702, going to find that he meets the threshold to testify as an expert in the aforementioned areas of CSLI and historical cell site data information. The basis for the court's ruling is his testimony on his training in digital evidence, digital forensics, the trainings that he's received by the various agencies, the length of time that he has been in law enforcement. He has done well over 100 cell site investigations. He's been qualified as an expert 7 or 8 times in Fulton and Cherokee counties, and his methods are generally accepted. And he used this methodology to look at the records or consider records of Javon Fleetwood. The court's also in agreement with the state in terms of United States versus Jackson, 2017 Northern District Court. Ms. Rosenwasser just mentioned that there's a Lexus site that was already set forth on the record. For the aforementioned reasons, the court will, over the defense's objections, which will be noted for the record, allow Mr. Worrell to testify as an expert. All right, let's summon Mr. Paulzik, please.
Your Honor, I make a very small request. I'm not trying to be a pain, but I know we're starting to get into a little more substantive witnesses, and I didn't take notes. I would like, if I don't consider this front row with a little table, I just need some space. It's very difficult to keep up and take notes while sitting on the bench, Your Honor. If possible, is requested. I agree, Your Honor.
I don't think I can help you out with that. I mean, we're doing the best we can in that respect. I wish I could do better for you on that, but given our configuration, I can't do that. You can ask, but I certainly this is the best we can do under the circumstance given the number of folks. Now, for trial, we will have tables commensurate with everybody's representation, but we're just trying to get through this period of time. So I have, in fact, taken that into consideration. But I can't help you out with that now.
I understand, Your Honor.
Okay.
You know what the basics would have been, but
No, I understand, but, to the extent you all can use, lap desks or whatever else, or bring in other things that may help you to write, or use computer-aided computers in terms of take notes, that's fine. I don't have any issue with that. But in terms of tables or other things, I just don't have the ability to do that, given the security posture and the configuration of this courtroom. Have I addressed your concern?
thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Likewise.
All right, Mr. Matthews, thank you as well. All right.
Just ask one thing, please. Can we remind everybody to please use the mic?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, we can. All right. All right, Mr. Paulzik, if you could, good morning, sir. I'm Judge Glanville. If you could please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you would be so kind and turn and face Lieutenant Gibson, be sworn as a witness, please.
Raise your right hand, sir. Remain standing. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may lower your hand. You may be seated, sir. Watch your step. For the record, please state your name, spell your first and last, for the court and your occupation. Speak to the mic.
First name is John, that's John. Pulisic, that's P as in Paul, Aulisick. I'm currently in private practice, serving as an examiner of question documents.
It's pronounce your last name one more time, sir.
Pulisic.
Pulisic?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. All right.
Thank you. So, Mr. Pulisic, I know you said your job. Can you explain what the nature of your work is as an examiner of question documents?
Yes, as an examiner of question documents, I examine documents in order to determine the authenticity of documents. The examinations that I conduct mainly in private practice are concerning handwriting and hand printing. I also conduct authentication of documents with examinations of paper, ink, rubber stamps, staples, torn paper, anything that deals with the authenticity of a document will be the type of examinations that I will conduct.
Can you explain, when you say authenticity, what does that mean?
For example, in the area of handwriting or hand printing, I will receive documents of unknown origin, or we refer to them as question documents. And the question to me is whether or not a particular writer was involved. In the examination, I will examine that question document with samples also submitted that have been authenticated as coming from a particular individual. These samples, which are referred to as known samples, are basically of two types. One type of known document would be documents, normal course of business documents that have been authenticated as coming from a particular individual. The other type of known documents will be when an individual in person provides samples of his or her handwriting.
Okay. So I want to get into your job history and getting into this. How long, you said you're in private practice, how long have you been in private practice?
Approximately 6 years.
And what is your practice? Is that the purpose of it? What's it called?
Yes, my practice is Metro Forensics. It's an LLC practice. I have one partner in my practice. She is a retired document examiner from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Laboratory, where she worked for over 20 years.
And what were you doing before you got into private practice?
I was functioning as a question document examiner for approximately 20 years, and that was with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I was with the FBI for 34 years.
Okay. And did you ever do any work with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation as well?
Yes, after my retirement from the FBI, when I moved to Atlanta from Washington, D.C., I worked approximately 2.5 years with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, working in their question documents section.
So would it be fair for me to say it's been over 30 to 35 years of experience in this field?
Correct.
Okay. Now, do you have any educational background to go into this field?
Yes, I received a Bachelor of Arts degree from Duquesne University, which is located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I received a Master's of Forensic Science degree from George Washington University, which is located in Washington, D.C.
And did either of those degree programs address how to do this question document and handwriting analysis work?
Part of the discipline during my master's degree study at George Washington University dealt with the examination of question documents. I received my formal training while at the FBI laboratory, and that training consisted of a full-time 2-year program being trained in the discipline of question documents. And this was accomplished under the supervision of certified, qualified document examiners working within the laboratory.
And have you kept up to date with your training after that? Have you attended other trainings?
Yes, I received my formal training, as I testified, in the FBI laboratory for 2 years, and I also received additional training outside of the FBI laboratory in various areas. For example, in the area of printing, where I attended a week-long school at the Rochester Institute of Technology in New York. And I also participated in providing training while in the FBI laboratory to other question document examiners who were working at either the local or state level. The training sessions oftentimes were for a 2-week period for these examiners, and that was conducted at our facility at Quantico, Virginia. And it was a full-time training period for these examiners. I and another agent examiner provided this various training. And I don't know the exact number, but I trained mainly while working as an examiner in the laboratory, and literally would be over 100 different training sessions I provided.
And generally, what were the topics of the trainings that you provided?
The majority of the training was provided concerning handwriting examples. The attendees were provided various tests in handwriting, and also the majority at that time was training provided, in the area of typewriting and also printing, such as printed documents coming from computer printers.
So have you kept up to date with the training as technology has developed over the last 30, 40 years?
Yes, I read various papers that are provided, and I also belong to an organization along with other examiners from the various parts of the southeast of the United States. The organization that I belong to is called SAFTI, and that stands for the Southeastern Association of Forensic Scientists.
Okay, and are you involved in other organizations as well, or have you been in the past?
Yes, I'm currently a member of the agency, the Society for Former FBI Agents. I belong to the local Atlanta chapter.
Okay. And have you ever testified before as an expert witness?
Yes, I've testified over 90 times as an expert witness. I've testified in 27 states throughout the United States. I've testified in 11 of the federal judicial districts, and in addition to the 27 states that I've testified in, I've also have testified as an expert witness in 40 different federal district courts.
Now, what have you been qualified in? What is the subject of your qualification?
The basic qualification and all of the written articles refer to the examiner as an examiner of question documents, or a forensic document examiner is the formal term used.
So have you been qualified previously as a forensic document examiner?
Yes.
And has that been in federal courts?
Federal, state, and local courts.
Do you only do work involving criminal cases, or do you involve civil cases and other work as well?
In private practice, I work both civil and criminal cases.
Can anyone hire you, the state, the defense, or an individual person?
Yes.
Okay. So just anyone who wants something analyzed?
Yes, but our policy in our practice is that we only accept cases where an attorney is involved.
Okay.
That's basically due to confidentiality issues.
Your Honor, at this point, I would like to show the witness State's proposed exhibits 13, 14, and 15. These have been provided in discovery.
What states 13, 14, and 15? Can you just enumerate them for the record, please?
Yes, Your Honor. States 13 is Mr. Pulisic's CV.
Okay.
States 14 is Mr. Pulisic's testimony list showing his locations of his testimony.
Okay.
And State's Exhibit 15 is Mr. Pulisic's list of training received, and I have them here if any of the defense counsel.
Has it been provided in discovery already?
It's my understanding, yes, Your Honor.
All right. Any objection to states 13, 14, or 15? All right.
I object to stage 14.
It does not matter how many times this man has testified. He can testify a million times if he wants to. It has to be with how he's applying what he did in this case at this time. I object to 14 because it can be 1, it can be 100. That's not relevant to what we are arguing and what we're looking at today.
Any further objection? All right. States 13, 14, and 15 are admitted over objection.
Mr. Pulisic, can you explain the method that you use to analyze these question documents, specifically if you're trying to compare a signature, determine who wrote something?
Yes, there are definite protocols and a methodology that's been established over the years. The examination, as I previously testified to, is comparing a document that is in question. In most cases, in my private practice, that deals with signatures, and the comparison is done with a side-by-side comparison. In other words, the question document is examined and compared to known samples that have come and have been authenticated as coming from a particular writer. The side-by-side comparison is a protocol that is utilized by all forensic document examiners. In my examinations, I examine, according to the protocol, I examine the known samples first before analyzing or examining the question. The examination of the known samples will be in order to determine the various characteristics that a writer inserts into his or her writing. The methodology is based upon the fact and the main principles of forensic document examination and handwriting is that no two people write the same way. An individual does not write exactly the same way twice. That a individual will insert characteristics into his or her writing that repeat themselves, and that lastly, that a writer cannot go beyond the skill level of his or her writing.
So is this, I guess, can you explain is there a certain method to make these comparisons that you've learned or that you've been trained in, and can you explain how you make these determinations?
Yes, as I testified, the side-by-side comparison is the basic protocol for the examination, and the comparison of characteristics of a written document that is contained in the known handwriting, that these characteristics will repeat themselves. However, they will not be exactly the same. But when an individual is writing in a normal, natural manner, the characteristics will repeat themselves. And part of the examination that I conduct in both the known and the question writing, the basic starting point is that the writing is naturally and normally prepared without any element of disguise or distortion.
And when you say characteristics, can you kind of just give me an example of what a characteristic might be?
Yes, a basic characteristic will be letter formations that repeat themselves, connecting strokes that are naturally put into a writing, beginning strokes, ending strokes. All of these characteristics are general classic characteristics in normal natural writing. And the speed involved in the writing is important. Also, for example, the slant of the writing is important. And these are characteristics which an individual puts into his or her writing without really thinking about it. They repeat themselves, and it's part of their normal preparation of a writing.
Now, is this methodology, is this published anywhere, or is there anything been written about it, anything like that?
Yes, it's been part of the writing over the last century that has been put out in the examination of question documents and handwriting, and has also been established by the American Society for Testing and Materials, which is known as ASTM. The protocols and terminology used by question document examiners has been documented there. The protocols of the FBI laboratory are the same as ASTM, and also a scientific working group, which is known as SWIGDOT, has also established these protocols and the methodology for basic forensic document in handwriting examinations.
Now, is this the type of work that someone with no training or experience, me or ADA Smith off the street, could we just do this?
No, there have been one important study that was conducted by Professor Moshe Kam, wherein he provided extensive documentation and data relating to the examination of handwriting, both by qualified forensic document examiners and by laymen. The study resulted in an error rate of the non-trained, individual. Error rate was close to 60% of wrong conclusions, wherein the forensic document examiners that were involved in the study was less than 1%.
So that leads me to my next question. Is there an error rate when a forensic document examiner like yourself performs an analysis like this?
Well, in the FBI laboratory, when I conducted examinations as an agent examiner, every one of my cases was reviewed, peer-reviewed, by my unit chief, who was a certified question document examiner. Each one of those cases was peer-reviewed. Currently, if there's a case that I would like to have peer-reviewed, I will give it to my partner or to another forensic document examiner who I know and am aware of his or her capabilities.
Okay. Do you peer review everything you do, or not?
Currently, no.
Okay, but you have, the science itself is peer reviewed, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Are there standards to your industry or best practices?
Well, according to the methodology and the protocols, they are the same for every forensic document examiner, so that any document examiner that has been qualified as an expert, he or she will reach the same conclusion. In my examinations, I have a range of conclusions that I will provide in a formal written report. the range of conclusions will reach either a elimination of an individual or a positive association of an individual writer, or in between, depending upon the writing available to me, I may reach a lesser degree of certainty. And I have codified these limited conclusions as beyond identifying somebody with a particular writing. I may say that the individual probably prepared the writing, or to a lesser degree that the individual may have prepared the writing, or in between that, I may, based upon the writing that I have available, I may not be able to reach a decision one way or the other. On the opposite end of my continuum of terminology will be that an individual probably did not prepare a document or may not have prepared a document. These are terms that I use in every one of my formal reports.
Okay. Now, is your method of question document analysis have you seen it accepted by other law enforcement agencies, to other agencies
Yes,
use
but,
it?
yes, but the norm is that the individual examiner actually participates in a full-time 2-year program in a recognized forensic laboratory. And these laboratories are certified by a group known as ASCLD, which is an outside agency which certifies each of these laboratories.
Okay. And would you say that this form of question document methodology, is this generally accepted?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yep.
Did you analyze any documents in this case?
Yes, I did.
When you analyzed those documents, did you provide a draft report and later a final report?
Yes, I did.
When you did that, did you follow the best practices, the methodology that we discussed earlier when you did that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, the state would move to admit Mr. Pulisic as an expert in the field of question documents.
All right, does anybody wish to voir dire Mr. Pulisic?
I do.
I'm Court Reporter Keith Adams on behalf of Jeffrey Williams. Mr. Pulisic, am I pronouncing that correctly? Pulisic?
Yes, sir.
All right, good morning, sir. Got a few questions for you, please.
Yes, sir.
I noticed in looking at your CV and the other documents that were admitted, I believe it's States Exhibits 13, 14, and 15, if I'm correct, and by your testimony, that you currently are in private practice. You work privately with your own company, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You were last employed by the FBI in what year?
I reached mandatory retirement at the age of 57. It's a mandatory retirement for all agents. I retired in 2007, and after that moved to Atlanta, where I worked in the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Laboratory.
For 2.5 years, is that right?
Correct.
And so if I'm doing my math correctly, you last worked with the GBI in 2009, 2010 at the latest?
Yes.
When was the last time that you were qualified as an expert in the field that you've been tendered in?
I'm not sure of the date, sir, but it would have been a deposition where I worked a civil case.
Okay.
It would be within the last 6 months.
Okay. And that was, you were qualified as an expert for purposes of a deposition?
Yes, sir.
When was the last time that you were qualified as an expert in a court, whether federal or state?
I I wouldn't know the exact date, sir, but we'd definitely be within the last year, and it would have been in the state of Georgia.
Okay, thank you.
Courtroom.
All right. State court, either Superior or state in Georgia.
Yes.
All right. I wanted to ask you some very specific questions about, and just from a starting point, I think the last question, maybe the second to last question you were asked by the state was whether or not you were asked to review and analyze a particular document or documents in this case.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I received, excuse me, I received 2 submissions relating to the same subject.
Okay. The subject would have been Jeffrey Williams.
Correct.
All right. When did you receive those submissions?
If I could refer to my notes, Your Honor.
Please do.
You can.
With the court's permission.
You can, sir.
Okay, the first submission that I received was June 28 of 2022. And the second submission was received December 9th of 2022.
Okay. First submission in June of this year, second submission in December of this year, maybe about a week and a half ago or so. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
Again, as a starting point, you use the method or the methodology that you referenced earlier in analyzing these documents that were submitted to you?
Yes, sir.
Your ultimate conclusion to use your scale, I'm going to use that word, is that you made a determination that Jeffrey Williams, quote, probably prepared the documents that were submitted by you, or to you, correct?
Yes, sir. That was part of the report dealing with the first submission that I received. The second submission that I received consisted of 3 documents that were originally provided in the first submission. So the second examination of the second submission, the results were the same as the first because the documents were obtained by me with the first submission.
Okay. Now, in regards to the documents that were submitted and your methodology, am I correct that you indicated in the testing of these documents that your ability to make any sort of definite determination was limited? Is that true?
Yes, I reached a less.
Why is Aaron happy? Well,
sick of all the ads like this one? Just head to adskiller.com, click on Activate Now, add ads.
In regards to the documents that were submitted and your methodology, am I correct that you indicated in the testing of these documents that your ability to make any sort of definite determination was limited? Is that true?
Yes, I reached a lesser than full identification of the individual writer.
Okay. And so I want to ask you about what you've referred to. We talked about error rate a little earlier. Right? So I want to ask you about the error rate and the potential error rate specifically in the examination of these documents that are at issue here. Okay? Did I hear you correctly to say that when you worked with the FBI, your work was routinely peer-reviewed?
Correct.
All right. Did I hear you to say that every case was peer-reviewed?
Correct.
All right. And the importance of peer review is what exactly?
It is to ensure that the results in my report are accurate and were reported according to FBI protocol, and the examination if in question, would be peer reviewed by not only my unit chief, but also another qualified document examiner within the lab.
Okay. And again, the importance of that peer review is to make sure that protocols
Now, what is the locum?
and that are utilized, that are part of best practices are followed. True?
Yes, the peer reviewer would utilize the same protocols and the methodology that I used and were taught to me during my 2-year training period.
In the examination of the documents that are at issue here, that was submitted to you first in June of this year and then again in December of this year, were your results peer reviewed?
No, sir.
Okay. So no one peer reviewed the results that are at issue in this, that we're testifying about here today, correct?
While in my private practice, I will ask for peer review if, in fact, I have some level of uncertainty as to my results prior to my putting the results in a formal report.
Okay. Am I correct that in the document that you've provided, that is the again, I'm going to use the term sliding scale, your degree of certainty as controlled by the protocols that you've discussed previously go from where someone definitely, or a document is definitely prepared by the same person, correct?
Correct.
All the way down to definitely not prepared by the same person.
Correct.
Right. In between those two extremes, those two certainties, probably are prepared by the same person. Under that is may have been prepared by the same person. Under that is no conclusion could be reached as to whether they are prepared by the same person. Under that is may not have been prepared by the same person, and then probably are not prepared by the same person. And then, of course, the last one, definitely not prepared by the same person, right?
Correct.
All right. So I want to ask you a question then about what we discussed earlier about error rate. You testified to the court that in studies that have been done, comparing a non-trained individual to a trained individual, that the error rate for the non-trained individual in the examination of question documents would be about 60%. True?
During that study, that particular study, yes, sir.
The error rate for a trained document examiner with specialized knowledge was less than 1%, correct?
Correct.
Now, is there a difference in the error rate? If we're looking at, for example, you reach a determination, and this is hypothetical, you reach a determination that a document is definitely prepared by the same person. There presumably would be an error rate in that analysis, correct?
Yes, there would.
All right. Would the same error rate apply when you come to a determination that a document is probably prepared by the same person? Or is there a higher error rate?
Mr. Adams, I won't interrupt you. I hate to do this, but this is weight sufficiency cross-examination at trial.
Well, it goes to the witness's ability to testify about error rate, and specifically because the error rate or the determination made here
in terms of question document examiners, this is the language they use. You can ask them that language and its meaning at trial, but it doesn't invalidate the science behind this or an issue or go to your question doesn't go to my gatekeeping function, put it that way.
Your Honor, the science
to weight more than sufficiency.
The science behind it is one thing, but as been stated previously, whether or not the methodology was properly used and whether or not there is an error rate, because that is one of the things that DOLLOR and 702 says that the court has to consider. What is the error rate? And that's exactly what I'm asking the witness.
No, it doesn't. I beg to differ. No, it does not. It does not specifically say I have to use the error rate. In DOLLOR, I'm required to look at 4 things, and also depends on what type of examination or what type of science that you're asking me to look at or consider in my gatekeeping function. But I got to consider whether the expert is qualified to testify competently regarding the matters that he intends to address, the methodology by which he reaches his conclusions are scientifically reliable, The three, the testimony assists the trier of fact, to understand the evidence, determine fact and issue. Proponents may establish an expert's qualification in many ways, including scientific training, education, experience in a particular field, but there's no mechanical checklist for measuring whether an expert is qualified to offer an opinion in a particular field. When necessity, reliability, and methodology expert employs, the court considers the methodology, testability, error rate, Mr. Mayor, and peer review and publication and general acceptance. I'm not bound by that, but I look at those factors.
Yes, Your Honor, and that's my point exactly, Judge. Daubert does in fact say, in citing to United States versus Smith, 869 F. 2nd 348, 1989 case, Daubert does in fact instruct the court that, quote, additionally, in the case of a particular scientific technique, the court ordinarily should consider the known or potential rate of error. I'm not suggesting that
There is one for the particular field.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
And that is what the witness has testified to, and he's testified under direct about error rate. And so my inquiry goes to whether or not there is a difference in expected or anticipated or known error rate when a particular conclusion is reached, as in this case, where the determination is probably prepared by the same person as opposed to definitely.
Okay, but that's different. That's QD, that's question document examiner language. That does not, I disagree with you, sir. The court has, from question document examiners, and Mr. Palcic has told you that these particular types of terms are terms that he uses in his profession or trade that go along with him being able to reach a conclusion, which you can test. So, and it'll go to weight versus sufficiency. Now, Mr. Palcic, are these maybe I'll just clarify that before I let you answer a question, asking you questions. Mr. Palcic, are the explanations you gave us to the types of conclusions that you give, are they standardized in the industry or the scientific field of handwriting or question document examiners?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. So, he's testifying about what QD question document examiners utilize in terms of their particular trade of responses. So, those are acceptable. You're going to have to ask him at trial about those, or you can kind of wrap it up in terms of this, but that's what he's testifying about.
Thanks, Judge. And if the court's position is that I cannot ask that specific question that I was going to ask about.
Well, go ahead. But I'm telling you right now, I'm trying to get it why you're asking that question, okay?
Well,
and I want you to, I want to make sure, because neither one of you brought out that is the language of a question document examiner. They utilize this, and I just want to make sure I didn't put words in his mouth or say something that hasn't been kind of brought out before.
Sure.
But that is that question document examiners, when they testify, this is the language they'll give you, and it has a certain meaning. If you want to, so if you can continue at this point.
Yeah, and I'll ask just so I can. I think the answer to that question would give the court additional factors to consider in regards to the methodology.
Go ahead.
And so, Mr. Polisic, do you remember where we were in terms of what I was asking you? I was asking about error rate. And in this particular case, your determination was that this document was probably prepared by Jeffrey Williams. Right? And my question then is there a different analysis for error rate when you reach that conclusion versus when you reach a more certified conclusion of definitely prepared by the same person? You understand the question?
Partially.
Okay.
The error rate does not pertain to the terminology that I utilize in my results of an examination. In addition, while I worked in the FBI laboratory, we were extremely conservative in our conclusions. In other words, in my degree of certitude is defined by my terms, and those terms have been codified by the agencies which I previously testified to, the FBI laboratory, ASTM, and SWIGDOT. These terms are utilized and codified in written publications by not only those agencies, but also by other forensic laboratories.
In regards to this particular analysis, you've testified previously that these results, both the ones from June of this year and the one from December of this year, were not peer-reviewed. Is that correct? I think you testified to that previously. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you explain to the court why they were not? If the object is for accuracy, why were they not peer-reviewed, given your previous testimony about the necessity or the importance of peer review, certainly while you were at FBI?
Well, my conclusions, specifically in this matter, were certain in my mind as far as an examiner of 30 years. I would have, if I was not able to reach a conclusion, I would have utilized the middle term of my continuum, as I cannot determine one way or the other whether or not an individual writer prepared a question document.
When was the last time that any of your work was peer-reviewed?
It would be within the last year, but I'm not certain as to a date. What I routinely do is, if I am uncertain as to my findings, I will ask my partner to review the evidence that I've received, and I will provide my partner with the submitted documents without giving what results I've reached in that matter. The peer review would be strictly done by my partner, all alone by herself.
All right. But that was not done here?
No, sir.
In regards to the accuracy of your conclusions, is it true that you indicated that your initial analysis was done based on photocopies of documents?
Correct.
Was your second analysis, the one done in December, were those done from original documents?
No, sir.
Okay. So they're both done from, those analyses were both done from documents with photocopies of signatures or writings, is that right?
Correct.
And if I heard you correctly, the accuracy or your ability to make a definite determination is going to be limited based on analysis of photocopied documents.
That's correct. A photocopied or machine-generated document is a two-dimensional document, whereas a original document is a three-dimensional document, which lends itself to additional exams such as writing pressure involved, the writing ink that may be involved. So the limitation, excuse me, the limitation of the machine copies or photocopies somewhat limits the possibility of a positive association. However, I have associated machine copies or photocopies in previous cases and either definitely identified or associated with a writer or eliminated a writer. It is possible.
All right. Thanks, sir. Those are all the questions I have.
Anybody else?
I have a couple questions, Your Honor. Sean Hoover for Antonio Sumlin. Since you've been in private practice, how many sufficiency tests have you taken?
While in private practice?
Yes.
None.
Okay.
So there are no mandatory peer reviews now that you're no longer with the feds, now that you're in private practice, and you don't take any more proficiency tests.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
All right. So this methodology that you're using, it's subjective, correct?
No, it's codified, and all forensic document examiners follow the same protocols and methodology.
Well, let me put it like this. You as an examiner can notice something that gets you to a resolution, right? That's what you do. You notice certain things in handwriting that gets you to the conclusion of this person wrote it, this person didn't write it, or in between, correct?
Correct.
Another examiner, not your partner, not in your office, just another examiner, can get to the same conclusion, but noting different things in the handwriting. Is that correct?
I wouldn't be able to determine whether or not they were not utilizing the same samples that I did. A qualified examiner would receive the same documents that I received and would observe the same characteristics that are utilized by qualified examiners.
Sure. But you don't know if the other examiner noted every single thing that you did to get to the conclusion.
Mr. Hoover, that's kind of misleading because he's testified if he doesn't feel comfortable with it, then he submits it to another examiner. You're asking the other question, the converse of that.
Well, then let me rephrase. I apologize.
Okay, all right.
If you only peer review it when you don't feel comfortable and you don't take proficiency tests and you're basing it off of what you believe is true, how do you ever know you're wrong?
Well, I'd be unable to determine if I was in error. It's still my expert opinion, and the opinion in most courtroom situations, I would prepare a demonstrative chart outlining characteristics that I observed or did not observe, so that the jury or the judge would be able to look at that chart, demonstrative chart, and observe the same characteristics which I did during my examination.
So in that long answer, I believe you just said that you don't know if you're wrong. That's what, you don't know if you erred or not.
No, I would have no way of knowing if I was wrong.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Anybody else? Okay, all right. Any argument?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm going to ask the court not to qualify this witness as a certified document examiner or whatever was proffered by the state. I understand Dalbert, I understand 702. As my esteemed co-defendant's counsel has stated previously, methodology is important, protocols are important, but the application of that methodology in this particular instance is what the court should consider in regards to whether or not this person is qualified as an expert. And what I got to keep harping on is we start from a standpoint that this was not a certified resolution. He did not come to a conclusion that this was definitely this person. And so given that we start with some degree of uncertainty, saying probably is an uncertainty, given that we start there, the question that we...
Let me hijack you. I'm going to hijack you. Probably is a question document examiner's term that you can cross-examine him on when it goes to weight and sufficiency. All question document examiners utilize the same language.
The language, the word probably...
Okay, we're going to just disagree on that one, okay?
Well, and that's fine, Judge.
Mr. Adams,
that is...
Given his field and trade, that is what he's testified to. It does not have the meaning that you comport it to. So, I mean, unless you've got some other methodology, I'm waiting to hear it.
Let me continue with my argument then. Yes, I would start. My argument was that given that we start from determination that, using the word probably, the court has to take a look at whether or not the Daubert standards are met. And what Mr. Hoover said was that exactly, the question goes to the point. He is unable to determine if he is wrong. This is an analysis that was not peer-reviewed, and the witness started by talking about the importance...
Yeah, but he told you why it wasn't peer-reviewed. That goes to weight.
Well, no, he did not explain why it was not peer-reviewed.
Yes, he did. I'll tell you the answer right now. He said it's not peer-reviewed because he's comfortable with the analysis that he made.
Right, and he's comfortable with the analysis that he made, but he does not...
Given his 30 years. And then he said if he wasn't comfortable, he would get another examiner to go, usually his partner, to go ahead and do that. He didn't feel he needed to do that in this case, and when he was with the FBI, he had the mechanism of doing that.
Subjective to belief as to whether or not they are accurate or not is not and then deciding, well, I'm not going to have it peer reviewed because I think it's fine, is not a scientific method. A subjective belief is not a scientific method or the use of scientific methodology. I would simply, the witness explained in detail about his time at the FBI, his 20-plus years, his time at the GBI, and the importance of peer review and why that was important. But in this case, in this particular case, where determination is made, it was not peer reviewed, and that is certainly something that the court ought to consider as to whether or not he ought to be qualified. Not just whether or not this science is acceptable. Yes, the science is, or the methodology is acceptable. It's been acceptable in courts previously. But as applied in this particular case, are the factors that Daubert and 702 require applied in this case such that he should be qualified as an expert? Well, I simply would contend that he's not met those standards. That is an extremely important portion of whether or not the science should be acceptable and whether he should be qualified as an expert. I would contend that he should not be.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Hoover.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Jones, I got you next, okay? All right.
Sean Hoover again for Antonio Sumlin. And Your Honor, I have to make this clear. Regardless if we're talking about 702, regardless if we're talking about Daubert, regardless if we're talking about Kumho Tire, it all comes down to two things: reliability in the methodology and reliability as the way this person applied it. As the gatekeeper, you have to determine that what goes to a jury is reliable. I have to disagree with what you said because the witness literally just said, I'm right because I think I'm right, but I don't know if I'm ever wrong.
That's part of the examination for you. I mean, he's testified that's the methodology, and that in terms of how he and why he is not peer reviewed this particular issue. So I mean,
but Your Honor, the reason we go through these hearings is because the state is trying to qualify this person as an expert, which puts him above a layperson, which puts him above an officer.
I understand.
The expert is supposed to be able to apply or give information to a jury for them to understand something they can't understand. So at the point where the witness says, I don't know when I'm wrong, how does he tell it or give information to a jury for them to understand anything else?
If he's wrong, which he says is not able to make a determination or a conclusion, then of course he would then at that point in time have it peer reviewed. But he's comfortable with his particular analysis, so that's why that's the explanation, and that's utilized in his field or trade of occupation.
And I think you are missing the reliability part of this. The point is, he doesn't get to go to open that door and walk through as an expert until we know that the way he did something is reliable. Simply because he says he knows it's done.
Okay, remember. This is the science of fingerprinting, or I should say, of question document examination.
True.
Expert threshold. All those things you're mentioning right now go to when he comes to trial and he presents the standards, when he presents against a known versus question document. All the things that you're saying are perfectly clear and can be examined.
True.
Don't disagree with it at this point in time, okay?
Yes. The problem is that's not 100% true. The court has to look at reliability of the methodology and reliability of the person that is applying the methodology in this case.
Testability, error rate, peer review, and publication, and general acceptance. Those are the factors that I look at. Okay. So they're factors. Okay. There's not a hard and fast rule. I know that you keep harping on this, and I understand that you're doing your job, but I'm just telling you at this point in time, it certainly goes to my gatekeeping function, but it certainly as well goes to your ability to examine this particular witness. Should he be called to testify at trial?
And just to make the record clear, I object to this person being qualified as an expert under the validity as applied reliability standard that the court must consider before he becomes an expert.
I'm saying I have, and I'm telling you, I have applied that. Okay. So, Mr. Jimmons, go ahead.
Good morning, Sudi Chada Jimenez, on behalf of Mr. Dorsey, and just want to lay out my argument, and I don't mean to be repetitive. I'm just trying to keep my thoughts together. It is hard. I'm trying to.
Okay. Well, see if you can bring up something new that hasn't been otherwise articulated by Mr. Adams and Mr. Hoover.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I just want to make it. We all know that the new rules of evidence that have been applied, we've adopted in Georgia a few years ago, federal rules of evidence. They tend
to lean towards admissibility. It is something
The federal rules as a whole do.
Yes,
Yeah.
and in Georgia, we want the jurors to see the evidence, to hear the evidence. We want them to, if something goes to prove that a fact is more likely or less likely, then it's relevant, and we want them to hear about it and make a decision. I do want to make a distinction, Daubert and Kumo. It kind of goes the other way. That's what gatekeeper is. Gatekeepers are these young men with weapons and vests and tactical gear. They're keeping the gate from making sure that we don't get rushed by a bunch of public and silly people that are going to make phone calls and do stupid stuff on Zoom. They're the gatekeepers, because we don't want all of that, because that's irrelevant. That has nothing to do with this case. And that is your role, Your Honor. Respectfully, that is your role, to make sure that some of this stuff doesn't just come in because the state wants it and bolsters it. Experts have a different standard. An expert can testify as to hearsay and stuff that they haven't seen or done themselves. They can give an opinion. Why? Because they're experts and they have the experience. There is no doubt that this man is, Mr. Polsnick, I apologize, sir, is an expert. He has had the training. He has had the experience.
We sell stuff that
he
makes
has
life
had
fun.
peer review.
And we've been doing it
Most
differently
importantly, and the
since
state went really into
1974.
detail with this.
Whether
And you know why? Because it matters. He knows the methodology. We're not talking about hard science.
Will you tell him what we discussed? Okay, that's what I mean.
Talking about handwriting, but you know what? I can't tell. If you show me like some scribble, I don't know if it's Mr. Williams' signature. It might be former President Trump's signature. You know, just a bunch of squiggly lines. We need somebody like him to tell us. But here is the key. Again, Your Honor, and I'm referencing mostly Kumo Tire versus Carmichael. That's 526 U.S. 137, 1999 case, Supreme Court. What it said is pretty much, you know what? The Daubert standard, you can't just apply it to hard science. You're going to apply it to anything else that requires a certain level of expertise that a lay person cannot understand, because that's the key. Can you please explain to everybody else what it is that you have studied so hard for? But you have to do it right. It's like a recipe. It's like making a cake. I ain't no expert, I am not a chef, and you can give me all the ingredients. You can give me a bunch of flour and eggs and whatever. You give it to me, I don't know what to do with it. You know what I have to do? I have to follow a recipe. There is a methodology, step by step. And he has testified that there is a methodology that exists. And when he was under the supervision of the FBI, the federal government, somebody with standards, and somebody wants to make sure things are done right, he followed it. Part of that was peer review. So, you know, I just want to say that. Yes, Kumo says that scientific knowledge is not the only thing that we're going to apply to the Daubert standard. We're also going to apply it to technical and other specialized knowledge, like this. It is flexible. Let's remember that Kumo was not about letting everything in. Kumo was actually about a case about the expert that the plaintiffs wanted to put up and say that he knew why the tire exploded, because either this happened, and if that didn't happen, there's a manufacturer error. And you know what? The defendants were able to get that suppressed because he didn't apply the science correctly. He didn't do what he said can be done. And then, you know, they went up to the Court of Appeals and Supreme Court. They're saying, no, you can't use the Daubert standard on him because he's not a scientist. Supreme Court just said yes, and the discretion is the discretion for the court not to let it in. Not discretion for let's just let everything in and let a jury determine as to weight and admissibility. No, we want the jury to not waste its time with all these fancy titles.
But you'd agree that handwriting has been around 100 years.
Absolutely.
So is there any, I mean, how would you address that? I mean,
handwriting has been around 100 years.
And question document examination of handwriting.
And it was not, the methodology that he knows was not applied in this case. And a lot of the other experts, I'm just going to make my argument now because I don't want to have to keep standing up for the same exact point. You have to apply.
Welcome to do so.
Yeah, you have to apply the methodology that you claim it is. Some things don't have a methodology. Some things you just know how to do and you use certain tools or you have the education, but they're just not a recipe. But in this case, he testified there is, and he testified he chose not to use it. Because one of those things, as he had said, why, Mr. Adams asked, why peer review? To ensure results are accurate and done per protocol. Protocol. What is protocol? You have to follow the steps. You have to follow the recipe. Why do we have protocols? Why do we get up and accuse police officers of violating people's civil rights because they didn't follow the standard operating procedures? The protocols. Follow your protocols. Follow your own rules. Follow the rules of the science that you should be respecting, that you know they exist for a reason. They're not just there to CYA. No, they exist there because you want to make sure it's done right. Whether it's for the government or for the defense or for some tire company, you want to make sure it's done right.
First 20 people drop your Cashapp.
So, Your Honor, and I'm sorry, again, I'm trying to keep up with my notes, but no desk makes it a little difficult, so
Do the best you can.
my apologies.
All right.
I just want to emphasize, Daubert, it establishes a standard of evidence reliability which requires a valid connection to the pertinent inquiry as a precondition to admissibility. We are trying to determine not whether or not the science exists, not whether or not he's an expert at the science, but did he follow the steps properly as a precondition to letting a jury hear from him as an expert. That's my entire point, Your Honor. You can do whatever you can talk about any sciences you want, you can bring in all the experts you want, but just make sure they do it right before we do all of this dance in front of a jury that's just going to be confused if you didn't do it right. Yes, it goes to weight and admissibility, but it also goes to the gatekeeping. Don't let the jury hear stuff that was done improperly. Let them hear the good science. Let them hear about the proper experts that follow their methods. Don't let them just hear about anybody just because they're an expert. It's not a question as to is he an expert. It's a question about did he apply his expertise properly to this case. And my last point, Your Honor, I think it's not part of the order, but late Justice Scalia, which always, his dissents are always very on point. I think it is worth adding, it is not discretion to perform the function of whether it's inadequately, I'm sorry, I apologize. I think it is worth adding that it is not discretion to perform the function inadequately. Rather, it is the discretion to choose among reasonable means of excluding expertise that is false and science that is junky. But if there is a science, let's use it. If there is a recipe, follow the recipe. Don't just throw everything in the blender and then toss it in the oven and hoping that you're going to get a 3-layer cake with beautiful and tasty results. Because that just doesn't happen. You have to follow the steps, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Rosenwasser?
Nobody else?
I think you're good.
I got more.
You're kind of inadequate now that he made a cake analogy, right? Yeah, you feel bad about that, don't you?
I do.
Okay, all right, okay. Go ahead, Matt.
Well, Your Honor, I don't know much about cooking, but I do know that the law supports the admission of this expert. That's what I do know. Your Honor, so first of all, I want to start. I think the defense may have gone a little astray. The peer review factor goes to whether the science itself is peer reviewed, not whether he has had his item peer reviewed. If Daubert required every expert to have whatever they did peer reviewed, that would mean that by law, every case would require to have 2 experts to have anything admitted, and that is certainly not the state of the law, whatever it has to do with cakes or not. And Your Honor, the law is very clear that his science has been accepted in the 11th Circuit. Your Honor, the leading case on this out of the 11th Circuit that I found is called United States versus Paul, P-A-U-L. That's 175 F3D 906. That's a 1999 case out of the 11th Circuit. And I want to point out that it's been upheld several times, but I like to point to that one as the leading one. In Paul, specifically, a defendant challenged a handwriting analysis similar to Mr. Pulisic here, and the court specifically said his argument is without merit. The court in Paul said, the Supreme Court stated that the inquiry envisioned by Rule 702 is, we emphasize, a flexible one. And Rule 702 assigns to the trial judge the task of ensuring that an expert testimony both rests on a reliable foundation and is relevant to the task at hand. So is the expert's testimony relevant to the task at hand? Oh, it certainly is. And is it based on a reliable foundation? And that's when we ask about the peer review. Is handwriting analysis something that's based on a reliable foundation? Your Honor, it certainly is, and Mr. Pulisic explained that, and he explained his vast qualifications to testify about it. Your Honor, specifically, the court in Pple found that handwriting expertise will assist the trier of fact, and further, they found that this was an admissible form of testimony. And, Your Honor, in United States versus Dale, which was an 11th Circuit case in 2015, the cite to that case is 618 Fed APPX 494. In that case, a handwriting expert's analysis was admitted as an expert. In that case, the court found that that expert was properly qualified. The court found Miller was properly qualified as an expert. He had been a forensic document examiner with the IRS for over 10 years. He had examined approximately 100,000 documents in his career, and he had twice been previously qualified as an expert in document examination in federal court. He was also certified as a forensic document examiner, just like Mr. Pulisic has told us about. Additionally, in Dale, the court then found further Dale's assertion that handwriting analysis is not reliable scientific evidence is without merit and has been squarely foreclosed by this court's precedent. And it cites to Pple. And finally, the court found that this testimony was helpful to the jury in understanding the handwriting samples. So, Your Honor, when we look at the applicable law, and that's just the 11th Circuit, I have about, 10 cases from other circuits too. I'll just provide the cites to those. We have United States versus Crisp in the 4th Circuit. That's 324 F3D 261. In the 4th Circuit in 2003, that court found that handwriting has a long history of admissibility in courts in this country, and even said the fact that handwriting comparison analysis has achieved widespread and lasting acceptance in the expert community gives us the assurance of reliability that Daubert requires. To the extent that a given handwriting analysis is flawed or flimsy, an able defense attorney will bring that fact to the jury's attention, both through skillful cross-examination and by presenting expert testimony of his own. So, Your Honor, I think that's what the court was responding to during the cross-examination and some of the arguments. To the extent the defense wishes to say, he's wrong, he doesn't know what he's doing, even though he's done this for 35 years, he clearly is bad at this. If they want to say that, they are more than welcome to explore that on cross-examination, or they're more than welcome to bring their own expert in here, have him do his own analysis, and I can challenge their expert the way that they're challenging Mr. Pulisic. That is absolutely an appropriate way to challenge this. But to say that he's not an expert and that this is not an acceptable field under Daubert is just a completely specious argument, Your Honor. In Faust, United States versus Faust, F-O-U-S-T, 10th Circuit, that was just last year, 2021. The cite to that is 989 F3D 842. The court specifically found that this comparative process has widespread acceptance. It says, and given the widespread acceptance of handwriting comparison throughout the years, we find this factor supports the admissibility in this case. It further finds handwriting comparison is not a traditional science, and the Daubert factors do not always correspond perfectly, but it found that this was absolutely appropriate expert testimony. Similarly,
I think we're good.
I will cut off, Your Honor. Thank you.
I think we're good. All right. Okay. The court has had an opportunity to take a look at United States versus Pple, 175 F 3rd 906. It is a 11th Circuit Court of Appeals case. Relevant portion, it does in fact indicate that handwriting analysis is admissible under Daubert, but specifically as to Mr. Pulisic, Courts considered his testimony as well as states 13, 14, and 15, particularized his he's been in private practice for the past 6 years. Prior to that, 20 years with the FBI, 34 years as a federal employee, 35 years in the field, a master's of forensics from George Washington University, worked at our Georgia GVI laboratory for 2.5 years as a question document examiner, belongs to CFIS. He's kept up with the changes in documents. He's testified as a examiner of question documents some over 90 times, 27 states, 11 federal districts, 40 federal courts, state courts, civil and criminal cases. He is familiar with the standards of the industry, best practices. He utilized those particular practices in the comparison of documents in this case, and for the above-mentioned reasons, the court is going to admit him or allow him to testify as an expert, as an examiner of question documents, subject to other foundation that maybe need to be admitted in this case. All right. Ms. Rosenwasser, who do you have next? I think you have Dr. Henninger, is that right?
Your Honor, we have
And Mr. Bernie.
Bernie outside, and I think we're getting Dr. Henninger right now. He's already here or about to be here, but we have Mr. Bernie ready to go.
Okay, let's take 10 minutes to begin with. Let's take a comfort stretch break, and we'll go ahead and get Mr. Is Mr. Bernini here?
Mr. Bernie is here, and
Okay, all right, we'll cover Mr. Bernie next, okay?
Your Honor. Your Honor.
Yes. Yes, hold on 1 second.
Can I be excused, Your Honor?
No, you can't. Now, yes, of course, sir, you may be excused. You're free to go, sir. Usually duties and avocations. Just don't discuss your testimony anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay? And we'll call you when we need you, all right?
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, you're very welcome. Go back on the record for just a second. Given the hour right now, let me just go ahead and break for lunch. It might be prudent to send everybody lunch and let everybody eat lunch. So let's reconvene at the time right now is 12:45 or ish, 12:47. So let's everybody reconvene at 1:47 with an anticipated start time for 2 o'clock. All right? All right, so we're in recess until that time.
Everybody in, make sure you drop your cash app to enter the giveaway.
that's right, I apologize, yeah.
The motions I can do today for Mr. Farley is he has two, he has a constitutionality motion, and he has another demur. No witnesses are needed for that.
When did he file those?
They were filed on the 22 pack. It was just the two that I handled that Mr. Floyd didn't handle, so we said we could do those anytime. I can do them now. Or
Yes, ma'am, okay.
And the other three evidentiary motions need the three witnesses.
That's fine.
Who are available on the 28th.
Okay.
And, Your Honor, I also spoke with Mr. Adams this morning. Mr. Adams was discussing his client's motion to suppress, and I believe he may also wish to be heard on the 28th. And our witnesses could be available that day as well. So we were just curious if we could get some guidance from the court on whether to have those out-of-state witnesses come in again.
That's the motion suppress that was begun previously with the out-of-state witness. Motion suppress statement from DeKalb County. Mr. Steele had actually begun that motion. I anticipated he would want to conclude it, but he'll be back on the 28th. He'll be.
That's fine.
If we can do it in the afternoon of the 28th with the court's permission, that would be fine.
Okay. All right.
The only other issue, Judge, is in regards to this afternoon. One of the witnesses, Mr. Burney, is going to be called, I guess, after Dr. Henninger. We're going to object to him being called. I think I speak for myself on behalf of Mr. Williams as well as the other defense attorneys.
All right.
Mr. Burney is going to be called as a cell phone location expert. My understanding is that he has not prepared an actual report, but is in the process of doing so. We would object to him testifying prior to him completing that report and letting us have access to it, since that essentially is going to be the subject matter of his testimony or his qualification. We don't have any objection to him testifying at some later point when he's done with the report and we can actually have access to it, but I think it's counterintuitive to have him testify and try to be qualified now on something that he's not completed yet, that we would need in order to properly cross-examine him or voir dire him.
All right. Madam?
Your Honor, Mr. Adams is absolutely correct. He has not finished his report yet. However, we brought him here today. We had the Daubert hearing scheduled. We believe that it would be appropriate. So there's different prongs of Daubert. It's whether the person's qualified to offer the testimony, whether the science itself is reliable, and whether the application, whether they have reliably applied the reliable method to the thing they actually tested. So if the court would like to reserve that third prong for later, we can present the evidence on the first two prongs today and simply revisit this at the time his report is created, or, I mean, we will ask him if he plans to, of course, reliably use his methods. But he's here. He traveled from Alabama today. We thought perhaps we could at least get his qualifications and the reliability of the methodology itself on the record today. And if the court wishes to reserve its ruling until immediately prior to his testimony at trial.
So you're leaving me for NJM?
Yes.
But they don't even have a mascot.
That's kind of the point.
We'll be guided by whatever the court decides. It just seems a bit counterintuitive to kind of have him start testifying and then bring him back. And here's the other thing, just from a practical standpoint, let's say he gets qualified as an expert, but then the report doesn't come in for whatever reason. And then it's kind of, we're going through the exercise for nothing. It just seems to make sense to have him come when the report's done and we can just kind of do it whole hog, if that's a phrase.
Okay. Madam?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to reiterate my request. He's driven in here from Alabama. We'd like to just put the first two on the record so that if we...
Well, why did you have him come today then? I mean, it does sound counterintuitive that he would probably at least need to be able to testify, hey, I did this particular test with these in this particular manner, and I followed these particular, these methods. Consistent like your other cell phone expert did. When's he going to finish his report?
Should be fairly soon, Your Honor.
And it's got to be provided to the defense?
It will be.
So I think it's probably a little much. Yeah, it's probably a little bit probably not right quite yet. Yeah.
Premature?
Yeah, right. What I was looking for.
What else were you looking for?
Yeah. So let's just you can explain to him that that it would make better sense if we did that. And maybe you can ask him when his report's going to be due, because we can. I mean, if worse comes to worse, I can always take it before he testifies. I can qualify him. I mean, it took Mr. Worrell probably about maybe 40 minutes or something like that, 30, 40 minutes. So, I mean, there's no reason we couldn't do it prior to trial, or prior to his testimony being offered.
Okay, I can go check with him and see if the report might be done and report back before we move on.
Okay.
Just when you get a second, and when Ms. Rosenwasser comes back, when we approach.
Yeah,
Or Mrs. Smith.
Yo, we are back.
We should step up briefly.
I think I'm ready for the Tory Lanez case. So give me a second. Trying to figure out some stuff. We can actually, you know what? We can finish watching this. What's going on, bro?
Expertise. The one that's particularly focused on forensic pathology is called the National Association of Medical Examiners. It's a smaller group, but they're all forensic pathologists, most of them anyway. And they I also belong to the American Medical Association.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move into State's Exhibit, proposal to the 16, I believe it is. Permission to approach the witness.
Anybody not seen State 16, Dr. Hannon, you see who? All right, you may approach.
Thank you.
Y'all bear with me into the Tory Lanez case.
Dr. Henry,
Are you ready? Bro, make sure you drop your cash tag to enter for the Cash App giveaway, bro. Come on, bro. I know we can do it, bro.
It's kind of a basic summary of simple basic summary of my CV.
Has there been any alterations to the document?
No, there's, trying to see if it's, I think I had one more article that's on this, but that's just probably since I gave that to whoever did. But anyway.
Any objection to State 16? All right, State 16 is admitted.
then we're gonna get into
Dr. Henninger, am I pronouncing that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any certifications?
Yes, I'm board certified in anatomic and clinical pathology. I'm also board certified in forensic pathology.
And with those certifications, are there any kind of continuing education courses?
Yes, there are.
Okay. Can you tell the court a little bit about those?
Okay, continuing education, basically, on average, once a year, we have a national meeting that we can go to, and they usually last approximately a week, and their lectures and papers are presented, and their discussions about various fields. I generally have gone to those. I've gone to more than required some years, and occasionally I do present things. I'm not an academic forensic pathologist. I'm not one of the people that are in the middle of doing that and doing the major lectures, but we attend those, and that's a requirement to maintain a license to practice medicine.
Okay. Are there any tests you regularly have to take?
Okay, they have instituted that, but when I got board certified, they had, and I haven't had to take the tests. So there aren't any of that. I mean, I've helped write the test questions when they request that. I'm kind of, my level of experience, I'm more on that side of it. But.
Sure. So I want to kind of transition. How were you trained in performing autopsies?
Okay, that's a very good question. We start out, basically when I was an undergraduate in college, my last year, we had an anatomy class at the college, and we had a cadaver that we looked at. So we started learning anatomy at that point.
All right, we paused this. This is ass. Sorry. If y'all came in for that, we're not watching that no more. We're here with it. We're at the Tory.
Medical school, we had a year-long course.
And I'm going to give y'all my input, bro. So let's see how this shit... What the... Bro. Why this shit be doing the most? Here y'all go, bro. Right here. Ad, nigga.
Even though it's a risk and I don't know what's on the other side, I'm going to make a bet on myself.
I guess I'm kind of looking at this as a sort of rebirth opportunity. I just quit
for acting the way he was acting because his manhood was stripped from him. They took his last bit of dignity. They snatched him away from his son for something that he didn't even do. And now Megan Thee Stallion is innocent. How is Megan Thee Stallion innocent of anything? What has she ever produced that shows woman empowerment? Somebody explain that to me. They should have never did Tory Lanez like this.
Yo!
All because he was getting some butt, yeah.
Yo!
They had to get a hold of that man, allegedly.
Yo, what the...
Tory Lanez went ape shit in court, and I don't blame him. I probably would have lost mine too.
What?
If they sending me away for 20 years for something that in court, and I don't blame him.
That's not Tory, y'all. Yo.
All because he was getting some butt, yeah. They had to get a hold of that man, allegedly. Tory Lanez went ape shit in court, and I don't blame him. I probably would have lost mine too. If they sending me away for 20 years for something that everybody know I didn't do. You know it, and you know it. Tory did not do what they said he did, man.
The rapper Tory Lanez guilty of shooting fellow rapper Megan Thee Stallion after a 2020 party in the Hollywood Hills.
Let's get right to Eyewitness News reporter Christian Cordero, who is live in the courthouse in downtown
LA with the breaking details of the verdict just handed down. Christiane.
Colleen, David, you know, sometimes attorneys that are representing these high-profile cases will come and talk to us. We don't necessarily expect that to happen here where we're standing right now, as we have learned and we saw ourselves kind of chaos unfold within the courtroom moments after the verdict was read. But first, let's talk about the verdict itself. Assault with a semi-automatic firearm, guilty. Having a concealed firearm in a vehicle that's not registered, guilty. And discharge of a firearm with gross negligence, guilty.
Well, what is Megan Thee Stallion guilty of? What is her best friend guilty of? They're guilty of nothing? So Kelsey didn't have gun residue on her hands? How you gonna have gun residue on your hands, but you ain't shoot nobody? And as far as Tory Lanez, he was in the vehicle, yes. But did he have a reason to fight Megan Thee Stallion? No. Did Megan's friend have a reason to fight her? Hell yes. She was sleeping with every man that Megan was involved with. That's why they was pissed off. And Tory just so happened to be one of the men. So how is he guilty of all counts of something that he didn't even do, y'all? What world is we living in where we watching brothers get snatched away from their own children, man? He's not a bad person. He's a good father. He does for his community. You ain't never heard no female come out and say that Tory Lanez did anything negative. Right. He's a jokester. He's a comedy rapper. And the jury they had was nothing but females, so y'all know they was gonna rock with Megan Thee Stallion.
You already know that.
I'm just heartbroken, man.
Tory Lanez showed up in court today wearing a pink coat, a white turtleneck, similar to what he was wearing yesterday. He was smiling with family beforehand, of course, optimistic as this jury went into day 2 of deliberations. But then that quickly changed. The jury of 7 women and 5 men walked into the courtroom, and their verdict was read as they handed it over to the bailiff. So guilty, guilty, guilty. There was no reaction from Tory Lanez right when the verdicts were read, but then as soon as the judge dismissed the jury, his father actually stood up in the courtroom and yelled, pointing, looking at prosecutors, saying, "You two are evil, you are wicked," and a lot of other inaudible things. This lasted about a minute.
So his father wilded out first. Tory was still gathering his thoughts. Tory was at a loss for words at first. His father set it off, and that's when Tory followed suit, man.
Bro, possible.
This is embarrassing. Usually I do comedy videos and stuff, but this ain't funny, y'all. Even OJ got off.
Oh my goodness.
And a lot of people will argue that he was guilty. You ain't got nobody but a fool will argue that Tory Lanez was guilty in this case, man.
Yeah, but my son is dead, man. My son is dead. He need to go to prison. He don't need to be laying no mental hospital. He need to go to prison, man. Come on, church. He want to play crazy. He wasn't crazy when he killed my son, man. He wasn't crazy then, but he crazy now.
Is that Tory Lanez's? Is that his father?
That's not his father.
The whole family was acting up in there, allegedly. His mother, his father. Yo, it's gonna be bad for Megan out here in these streets, because it's a lot of people that love Tory Lanez. And this ain't the first time she did something like this to her brother, man.
I know.
Ever since she got in the music industry, she been on that BS, man.
Wow.
Hey.
We got to talk about this.
I'm taking it down.
I've been talking about this time and time, over and over again, but I got to bring this to the forefront. Azealia Banks said Jay-Z's female artist marketing tactics are so effing played out. Drum up some domestic violence lie. garner public sympathy, strip the artist of her confidence, isolate them, and use them as vehicles for whatever white think tank agenda. It's actually fucking pitiful. And this is a black woman that said this, man. On the night when Chris Brown beat Rihanna's ass,
Why you say that?
she beat his ass first. He said, I remember she tried to kick me, just like her beating the shit out of me. But then I really hit her with a closed fist, like I punched her and it bruised her lip. And when I saw it, I was shocked. I was like, F, why did I hit her like that? So from there, she spitting blood in my face. It raised me even more. It's a real fight in
And
the
then
car.
she was like, about the incident, but it ain't
down
naming
the
no
street.
names.
hold
But
on,
she
hold
said
on.
Rapper said
verbatim,
Rihanna
Megan's
was
team is on top of this.
In the court.
Literally what she said. This was 5 hours after everything took place. That's what she said.
Facts,
And
that's what I'm
Tory
gonna
said
do,
on the
people,
jail
bro.
call, I'm the only one that's gonna get backlash. You not. He said Megan not. I'm the only one. He was like, but I'm sorry that it happened. You know, and okay, but why? I'm
So
asking
this is
you this.
inside the courtroom.
Why a bitch that feel like you just shot her best friend answer the phone for you? Because you know you do a jail call and say, this is such and such. You answer the fucking phone, told Tory the hospital that the girl was in, okay? And then Tory said, bail me out. That hoe didn't say no. She basically said, well, media already on. And then she said, you know, the longer you sit in there, the bigger it's going to get. So it's like she would have, seemed like to me, but didn't want to be tied to it like that. But she verbatim said, because I made sure I wrote that down, Megan's team is on top of this.
Bro, yes, bro.
Within 5 hours, placed at 9:05 a.m. that day. And as it pertains to this fight, let me go to my damn notes so you can see how that progressed. So what happened?
break it out. Hold on. By the way, I need everybody who rock with me,
right,
and if
bro.
you're here or you're watching my live stream or you're watching this live, please go show Milagro some love. She's on the scene. She's showing the commitment.
Bro, but
She's
the funny
putting in the
thing is,
work,
bro, he
and I
didn't-
need
bro.
y'all to show her some
He
love,
didn't do it,
please.
bro.
This is some chat nigga shit. I need y'all to show some love.
A driver, Kelsey, and Tory got tested for gunshot residue and DNA on the gun, not Megan. But you want to know something very interesting? The gun had 4 different types of DNA on it. 3 people got tested. Who the last motherfucking one it could be? We got traces of 4 different people DNA, but only 3 people got tested and they came back? Okay. So,
No, this is crazy. Hold on. Wait, hold
inside
on.
the courtroom.
Oh, wait. I want to ask you this question. I'm fumbling. Hey, I want to ask you this question because this is a question that a lot of people, including me, were wondering. We know Kelsey will be taking a stand. Megan's taking a stand tomorrow. We don't know if Tory's taking a stand, but maybe he does. What about the driver? He's the 4th person. Have you heard anything
Everybody put
about the
your
driver?
Cash App. I'm taking
they
it
have
down.
put his picture
Put it in
up
the will.
and they have mentioned him. Neither side has placed blame on him. They said that a witness saw him try to break up the fight. They ain't saying much about his ass at all, which is like, okay, well, but they done thrown his picture up there, full name and everything. So I'm trying to figure out where the hell he at.
That's a little spooky to me.
It is.
What you think?
What's going on? But maybe they feel like he gonna be on Tory's side, so fuck it, maybe. Maybe like it's and ain't no point. They tried to act like Tory just popped up at Kylie house, like Megan did not call him and invite him. That was trash. They knew that
this
shit.
is crazy.
Wait.
Real shit.
And you know,
Glad
Corey Campbell is going to testify. They
I'm
didn't say
glad
Kylie.
you said that. So I heard from somebody who was at the party just serving drinks. Somebody who was serving drinks said Tory was invited by Meg, allegedly.
Yeah, that's what they said in court today.
Okay.
And
what do you think? By the way,
Let me tell you this. Megan bodyguard, Justin big ass. How about the next damn day?
Didn't he disappear?
Tory still had Megan shit in the car, right? They say Justin went to Tory's house. They say Justin went to Tory's house and they talked about it. And Justin gonna testify because Justin claims that Tory said that he shot the damn girl. Now, why? Now, you mean to tell me that that's what Tory told you? But you was on Instagram saying, ain't no little nigga about to shoot nobody around me. You went and saw a nigga and ain't do nothing? You went to his house to go pick up Megan's shit, and he confessed to you. That's his claim, that he confessed that he shot that damn girl. And you just left, and that was it?
Hey, let me ask you a question, because you know what's so interesting about this case, because so many people are public figures. Have they played anything that's an Instagram live or any public? Because they got to play the Gayle King interview. They got to. When Tory starts the question, when Tory's defense crosses Meg, they have to allude to that Gayle King interview.
They brought that.
All these niggas, including Kelsey, has been on record stating things that I don't know if they're willing to keep saying in court. Now they're under oath.
Exactly. You don't want to perjure yourself. And let me tell you what the gun was. The gun was in the front seat under a Louis Vuitton bag. It was female shit in the front seat and in the back seat. The gun was up under. You could see it, but it was under a purse and some damn papers and shit. And everybody that knows Megan said her phone was dead. I saw 2 charges in the car. Okay? And then they showed us video of Megan crying in the ambulance, child.
I ain't see that.
Wait, it's like body cam footage?
I don't, it must have been, because you could see her, they didn't say body cam. I don't know how they obtained it, but you could see her in the damn bed, and they're going to play a small clip. She talking about, like, just in the ambulance.
Does she say anything even in the ambulance, like, oh, yo, y'all go get Tory, he did something to me?
Nope. She continued to tell them it was glass. No, they showed us a picture of her left foot from the hospital. They said that the doctor gonna get up there and talk. They said they had to remove the shit from her foot because she would have had constant pain and it could have moved or caused an infection. They didn't show us no damn x-ray. They showed us a PowerPoint presentation, but showed us what the report said. We saw no x-ray. They showed us a different picture of Megan's damn foot, and then they showed us the stitches.
Wow.
They didn't show anything that would conclusively make me feel like there were bullet fragments in her foot. But I think they don't want to get into the fact that they're missing the bullet fragments, which I'm sure we'll get into. But they did not, they kept it real. What she said in the medical report said, and they showed the foot. Why wouldn't you show the jury an x-ray? Show us the bullet fragments in the foot.
Hey.
Yo, this is so crazy.
I got to ask you about this.
What is that on my
Maybe they will, though.
Are the bullet fragments missing?
That has been reported. The detective that got fired from the LAPD, he went on record and said that the bullet fragments are missing.
Fuck.
And back in December 2021, he said that.
Wow.
We'll see today. They said that they did not mention if Jaquan had any type of gunshot residue on him, but Kelsey and Tory did. But let me tell you this. How the fuck was Megan telling the truth about what she say happened if she was walking away and Tory shot over the car? But she say the reason why they say Kelsey got gunshot residue on her is because they said that Kelsey was standing right there, like she was that close to Megan, or that close to him rather, and got it on.
Hold on.
1 second, chat.
Going back to the opening statements by the prosecutor, let's talk about dance, bitch, dance. So I heard some report that says there's nobody but Meg that will actually attest to that statement before the shots. There's no witness. What's this dance, bitch, dance shit? Because that's the narrative that they're hoping to convince the mass public who are tuning in.
You know something? They brought that up, and the Tory's people did try to speak on the fact that no one else heard this, right? It was an objection was called, and they said, child, hearsay. And maybe they'll bring it up again later, but they did not let a conversation start or let anything. They did not let him dive into the fact that she was the only person that heard that shit. She's the only person that says she heard dance, bitch, dance. We have ring camera people talking. Nobody heard the shit.
Let me also ask you, because I I seen that apparently there's a lot of objections. What's going on with the objections? Like, you got to explain it to us.
In my opinion, every time, my room service here. Give me 1 second.
Go ahead, girl. Go get your room service.
Go eat, baby. She said, "Hey."
Yeah.
Well, she probably got a steak and a potato, right? Or some shrimp. You know she got some seafood.
Can you put on my bed?
Now, is she gonna tip? Is she gonna?
Yes, please. Can you please?
Everybody say, "Is she gonna tip?" For the giveaway. Mila, you better tip.
You good?
Mm-hmm. I got to sign my receipt.
That's all good.
It is.
Okay, you got to explain the objections. It seems like the prosecution was calling a lot of objections. They don't want certain stuff. What's going on with that? Tell me.
I just feel like every time Tory's people was about to get into some shit, there was like objection, hearsay, and then the representation would say, "How is this hearsay if this is evidence?" Miss Hammerhead, thank you so much. Okay. Thank you. You too.
Hey, by the way, everybody's asking. They said they love your accent. Where are you from? You gotta tell people where you're from.
Houston.
Oh, you're from Houston.
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing.
So go figure me not riding for a bitch. Well, she from Bear County, but imagine me not riding for a hoe that's claiming Houston. I used to support the bitch a lot, but a lie is a lie. I'm not going for that bullshit.
There y'all go.
I feel like every time the prosecution was on to something, or no, the defense was on to something, they got called, objection. And then, it was like, well, what is it an objection for? Because this is evidence. The first time that they did it that I really was wondering, why did you call that, was when we were about to get into the body cam situation. Kelsey and them were unaware. I don't think they was thinking about the fact that cops got their body cams on at all times, and they were standing around, and that's how they picked up Kelsey sitting up saying, I'm hyperventilating, like I'm freaked the fuck out, I'm finna pass out. And Tory says, it's okay. They don't know what happened. It's okay. Everything will be all right. And then told the people, I was just trying to protect my girl. That's it. So my whole thing is, I think we should be able to hear those things. I think that they should be able to talk about those things.
Wow.
But they did a lot of fucking objections. And he had to reword it, and he had to figure out another way to, like, let me tell you another time there was some stupid ass shit. You got a Louis Vuitton purse in the front seat. You got bitches suitcases in the back and bitch shit, like bitch luggage. Like they said, what was in the stuff? We don't know what was in it. The lead person on the case, the officer, what was in it? I don't know. Who was it? A man or a woman? He said it was unisex. They said the Louis Vuitton bag, yeah. The suitcase was unisex, yeah. I don't know who it belonged to. The plan's stupid, and so the judge would be like, they would object, and he would say, well, you did already ask him that. He said he don't know. And they would just kind of let it go. No, who in the suitcase? And then that's what I mean when I say they didn't follow protocol, because then the defense will say, did you look through the stuff? They didn't even look through every damn thing. So how you know, was the bag unzipped? How you know the gun ain't come out of them damn bags? All them 57 fucking bags that them bitches had. Because they moved all that shit from EJ car to his car. Why Megan them, and they did outline exactly what we talked about from the transcripts, that Megan them then told the damn driver, I left something in Kylie's house. Take me back. After she done got her ass, after they told her that something happened at the house. We don't know what yet.
Wait. Who said they left something?
Megan.
Really?
She said, oh yeah, that's what they laid out. They said Megan was acting a damn fool. Something happened. They haven't outlined it yet, but was refusing to leave without Tory. Refusing. They go out
to leave Kylie's house?
Refusing to leave Kylie's house unless Tory leave Kylie's house too. Okay, so they go over there and do that shit. She get in the car with Quan, the driver. Her and Kelsey, they almost back in Megan's house. And Megan say, no, take me back. He was like, no. She was like, well, I left something. So then he finally go back and take them back to the house. And they said Megan go up in there clowning again. And the driver had to go get Tory. Because the whole time that he done took Megan them, Tory in the pool with Kylie.
Oh.
Yeah. He was still at
Wait. Slow it down. Hey, by the way, if you guys are just tuning in, yo, I'm live with Milagro. She got the exclusive details of what really happened. No matter what you've seen from anybody else, you know, obviously everybody's doing really good reporting about what's going on today. But if you really want the real details, I mean, the real details that we really care about, because we're trying to figure out how we get from a pool party to a shooting to a fight, all of this to arrest. We trying to figure it out. Milagro is here to tell us what she's hearing in court. Today, we have went through not only opening statements, we have seen initial witnesses, including the first detective that got called on the scene. We have heard what they have said, but what's happening is that in this trial that's scheduled to be a 10-day trial, 10, 11-day trial from now.
They say they think this shit gonna be 5 to 7. We got through 5 witnesses today, child. 5.
5?
5.
Are you talking about, wait, tomorrow or
no, today we got through 5 witnesses.
Wait, tell me. What witnesses? Tell me.
It was the cops and the detective.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So we get to
they went through 5 police officers today.
Yeah, 4 police officers and a detective.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. We only heard about Diaz. I'm glad you said that. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think, or do you have any semblance of who's going to come tomorrow?
This is crazy.
We know Meg's coming tomorrow.
Megan coming tomorrow, and they say that they think their testimony going to take so damn long, we might not get nobody else. But EJ's supposed to be testifying, her stylist. Justin is going to testify, so maybe they'll bring them in tomorrow.
What about Kelsey? No way we get Kelsey tomorrow.
They say on Wednesday.
This is crazy.
So tomorrow and Wednesday, we're getting the heavy hitters. That's the heavy hitters for the prosecutors.
Mm-hmm.
What you feeling, Sophie?
The defense set their ass up because when Megan get on the stand, they brought up Gail so many damn times. I know they're gonna bring that up. And they brought up her inconsistencies. The defense brought up that he said, I want you to keep in mind what she said from the beginning to the end. And every time he said, I want y'all to really judge character. Y'all gonna have to, judge credibility rather, and figure out what makes sense. Why did she say this? How long before her story changed? When did it change? What was the benefit? All of that.
Milagro, hold on. I got to ask you verbatim. You kind of alluded to it. So are you saying that already the defense is thrown into the pot, the interview, the very high-profile historic interview that Meg did with Gail King?
They brought it up a few times. Yes, absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely.
It's going to be a movie tomorrow.
They done seen it and they ready. And Tory lawyer, he ain't playing. He get right to it. The prosecution put their people up there and was smiling and asking easy questions, and that defense got right up there and said, child, and what happened? Okay? That's what the fuck they wanted to know.
Really?
This is crazy.
Nah, hey. By the way, I wish this was televised. And by the way, you know what?
This is ridiculous.
Because it's not televised, you're going to have to be our eyes and ears.
Mm-hmm.
How early do you got to get there tomorrow?
Is she? Anybody in the chat know who this is?
Tomorrow, why the fuck Megan got a CIA nigga on her team, child? Then came and did a sweep of the building today.
Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Wait, what?
They had security in them already doing sweeps today.
Wait, don't say that again. Meg got what?
Somebody on the team, they say used to work for the CIA.
Meg got a CIA nigga on the team?
That's what they said. They said they did a whole sweep. The security people.
This is crazy.
The whole bunch of people came through that whole today.
I feel bad for Tory, bro.
So tomorrow finna be a fucking mess, literally, with all this bullshit. Mm-hmm.
Holy shit.
If you're just tuning in,
yo,
you drop your Cashapp for the
Milagro.
giveaway.
Hey, listen, I'm always gonna defer to you. You're there. You're present in the moment. You're feeling the vibes. You can tell the energy. Mm-hmm. I'm not there, so you're gonna have way more intel than me. let me ask you your true opinion. After you've sat through day one of this Tory Lanez trial, which he's accused of shooting Meg Thee Stallion, what would you score it? Do you feel like Tory has took the lead so far, only off what you've seen? Only off what you've seen. Or do you think that the prosecution has done a great job of painting a picture that Tory is a guilty man? Again,
the prosecution did a good job at repeating what their client said happened in an effort to try to back her up, but the defense shined today.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know, you gotta fight for your people, but like I said, it was not strong. By the time they got done showing shit, it was like, what the fuck we supposed to do with this bullshit? Defense got up there and talked about it.
Hey, this is what I said, right? And you could correct me because obviously you're there. I said, listen, the prosecution, who probably bogged down with a bunch of other cases, they came with the bare minimum, just talking about what they feel is needed to try to get a conviction. And Tory's lawyers, who have been obsessed with this for months, stayed with them all of 24 hours around the clock, trying to figure out what the narrative is.
You want to know?
They presented a case, and the case they presented says, hey, whatever the prosecution told y'all, bullshit. We about to give you the real shit now.
And that, let me tell you two things. Number one, the detective that got up, he was the fifth witness. And he did a good job. He ain't listened to the shit but a week ago. They said, how many times have you heard the jail call? And he said, I listened to it a few times over the past week. He said, that's the first time you heard the call? He said, yeah. Last week. Last week is the first time the damn detective had even listened to the fucking jail call. They said, well, were there any other calls? And he said, no other calls, worth mentioning. He said, what that mean? He said it was about 6 calls, but the only person that answered the phone was Kelsey. Whoever he tried to call, it went unanswered or it just didn't go through. So the only call that they have from the is the one that was with Kelsey. And let me tell you this. Hold on. They said the defense, when they did their opening statements, they said all of this is about jealousy. That's what they said.
It is.
They said don't pass judgment. Listen to all of the evidence. They said Megan, Kelsey, and EJ, were there, and that Megan invited Tory to the pool party. They said when Tory got there, Kelsey was passed out drunk, and everybody was drunk. That's when they mentioned that Corey was going to testify. They said Tory was hanging with Kylie, and that Kelsey came over, and that something happened. And they say Megan got pissed. They did not
Hold on. So Kelsey woke up. So she was passed out and woke up.
Yeah. Kelsey woke up, and she go over to Tory and Kylie. Something happens. Megan gets upset. She want to go. Okay? Now she want to leave. She insists on leaving with Tory. Tory say, I just got here, but I'm going to leave her. They say EJ and Kelsey told Megan, your hair fucked up. You're a mess. Let's go. You need to leave. And then, so then Tory was like, yo, Jaquan, that's the driver. You could take her. You could take them home. And so that's when Kelsey, Megan, and Jaquan got in the car to leave the first time to take Megan and them home. So Tory still at the house with Kylie. Okay, so then EJ leave. Okay, that's when she was like, oh, I left something at the house. I need to go back.
She only went
And
back
then so they said
Tory
that
started
she
crying.
got back and she was mad and she was drunk and that she created a scene and that Kylie said, you got to go. And she wouldn't leave. And so that Tory was like, well, let me just leave because she won't leave unless I leave. Before this keeps on escalating. That's the only way she said she's going to leave. That's what she wanted. She wanted him to go. So that's when he left with her. Megan was in the seat that the gun was ultimately found in front of.
Wait.
Megan's
Say that again. Slow it down.
The gun was found in the front passenger seat on the floorboard. The first person to sit in that seat, who was riding in that seat, was Megan.
Damn.
And when they showed the picture of the gun, the evidence photos, it was a Louis Vuitton bag and shit up there. Now, and it was kind of under it. It wasn't hidden, but it was under it. So my whole thing is, okay, when a bitch gets her shit and put in the car, don't she put all her shit together? How we prove that that's Tory gun? Because the last person sitting, he was the last person closest to it. When everybody finally got back in the car, that's when Kelsey and Megan got in the back. And Tory
Hold on. Milagro, a lot of people on the live, I see they asking, they said, explain who's EJ. They don't know who's EJ is. Explain.
EJ is the man, the stylist. He be with Teyana Taylor all the time now and stuff like that. He was the one dressing Megan like a wrestler. He wear long hair and pantsuits. Y'all know EJ. EJ was the one acting like he was the damn star, dressing better than her.
I know EJ.
Yo, Milagro.
I don't know EJ.
He won. They know EJ with the wedding wavy. They know that nigga.
I know she talking about. He a long hair nigga.
Go ahead, girl. Go ahead. Nah, put me on game.
So,
Hey, chat. I want everybody who's listening. Yo, the only, you know what I mean? There's a couple of people who's covering, you know what I mean, the story, but Milagro's tapped in, you know what I mean? She good peoples. We gonna have to really tap in with her to get the real story, because everybody gonna report it too bland, and we ain't gonna get the real shit. We want the real shit.
Yeah.
Real time.
They don't want that
Feel me?
stuff, not that bullshit. So let me tell y'all what the defense said happened in the call. So they say, she was arguing with Tory, and that Kelsey jumped in the argument to defend Megan.
Really?
Okay, so everybody arguing. So this is when Tory's people say that Tory said, do you know you backing up your girl like she ain't fucking me behind your back?
So Tory kicked it off like, yo, exposing the type shit.
And that is what, and let me tell you something, when you hit a fucking jail call, when Tory is apologizing, it all make perfect sense. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have, damn. He said I was drunk, I would never move like that. Damn, my bad. And I can't take back what happened, it happened, but.
Oh, Tory was messy. He brought an issue that wasn't an issue at that point.
Yeah. And
Go ahead.
Defense says this is what kicked off the whole thing. They said Tory said, "Oh, you backing up? You know the bitch is fucking me behind your back, like that." And then that's when they said, "This is the defense in court, child." That Kelsey said, "Well, this ain't the first time she backed me because she fucked the baby and Ben Simmons behind me." The prosecution said this ain't the first time there was the baby and Ben Simmons. Child, that's when the courtroom. I said, "Child, what?"
Yo, hey, I'm glad you brought it. Yeah, Milagro. I'm about to, Ben Simmons my nigga. I'm about to have to hit him and just ask him what's up.
Yeah, cause what happened? Cause
hey, Milagro, listen. This just between me and you, nobody else. So don't think about nobody watching. I heard Meg was, you know what I mean? Hey, listen, I'm not shaming nobody. She could do her thing, but people kind of had a narrative about her. She do her thing. She do her thing. She do her thing. I don't know if that you could tell me. Is that a Houston thing? But I heard she got in the game and she did her bucket list. Her bucket list was completed.
I'll say this because we don't know what people be doing. People do be lying. You know, Megan is a traitor and all that kind of shit like that. So a nigga gonna be happy to say he fucked up. But what I will say is because Megan has been so damn sloppy, and because we in a damn court of law, and we got 3 niggas that you quite possibly fuck behind your friend, there may be some truth to it.
Damn.
It could be, but I don't like to try, track a whole pussy. You not me because you fucking, you are holding me because you sloppy.
And by the way, I'm not judging her even if she did deal with any guy. Maybe she factored that into, people's perception of her, but I'm not factoring that in at all. Hold on, Milagro, I'll say this. From what some of the narrative I've heard is that her and her girl was falling out because of maybe guys, and you're a woman. Mm-hmm. If y'all deal with the same guys, it's always sad. We look at dudes who are fighting over the same girls as, bro, y'all should deal with that in a certain way. But same thing with women. Like, if you and your girlfriend like a certain guy, but your girlfriend came to you and be like, Milagro, that's the guy I'm dealing with, or I like him, whatever.
Gotta go to the bathroom.
Y'all gotta have a way to deal with that, right? Like,
there's a code, especially if it gets physical. You don't touch that nigga. You don't look at that nigga like that. And even past that, I mean, girl, how many times you gonna do this shit? And we're like, what the fuck is up with you? do have them bust down ass niggas, but you ought not be fucking behind your friend. And then imagine that being compounded by the fact that your whole image is you're a girl's girl. And my best friends are girls, and I just want to run around with girls and uplift women and shit. And you fucking your best.
It was all about the hotties, right?
Right.
It's all about the hotties.
But that's not what it was supposed to be about. Not treacherous trifling shit. It's supposed to be one for all. I think that is ultimately what could have led to this shit going the way that it did. I don't think they thought it would go to trial, and I think that they felt like this will hurt her brand more than anything. If anybody finds out what y'all was really arguing about and what you and Kelsey got in the fight about, allegedly, like, that's going to be a problem because that goes against everything you're supposed to stand for. I don't think it was about the sex because she rap about fucking it. It was about that being Kelsey, like you saying, the fact that Kelsey had fucked with them allegedly, and the fact that, girl, your brand, what the fuck is you doing? If you want to be a little, I don't even know no bitch that promote fucking her friend nigga. Like, who the fuck was you, girl? I don't know. But
Nobody does that.
Nobody.
Did.
Like, come on now. So that would have been a badass look. But they say Megan got out on Sunset Boulevard at the bus stop at 4:30 in the morning in a bikini with no shoes, and that Tory, the one, had to get her back in the car. Okay. And then they said that Kelsey and Megan was arguing, and that Jaquan and them was taking them home. Kelsey and Megan arguing now. And so they jumped to the witness and said that the witness, Mr. Kelly, saw Kelsey attacking Megan. And now they said security stepped in to stop the fight. The muzzle flash went off closer to Kelsey. He said, I heard a loud arguing, and so I went on my balcony, and then shit started popping off. For Kelsey to allegedly tell the people that, or they put it like she was, that she said that she got attacked by Tory, he beat her up. Kelsey had no injuries, and they found Kelsey's nail. They did confirm it was Kelsey's nail.
Hold on, wait a minute. Wait. Listen, I'm sorry to cut you off. They said Tory punched Kelsey in the face, grabbed her, this and third.
They said that Kelsey's statement was, he grabbed my hair and got physical, but she didn't really remember what all he did. So
And
I
he
guess
also said
she was
dance,
supposed to be
bitch,
so
dance.
drunk she didn't remember. But she said that he had pulled her hair and hit her, like hit her upside the head or some shit.
Dance, bitch, dance.
But they got pictures from her at the station immediately after. There was some blood on her leg and a little scratch, and her shirt, she had a tank top or a little bikini or whatever, it was ripped. And they said, did y'all ever ask her how that happened? No. Did y'all ask her about the cuts on her body? No. These are cops on the stand.
Was there any bruising on her face? Was there any bruising on her face?
Not a hair out of place and no bruising on her face. But Tory walked up to you and pulled your hair. And she had her hair pulled back at the top and down right here. Had he grabbed that bitch head right here, it would have been tussled. Like, it would have been fucked up. It wasn't. When she took her police pictures, that bitch could have been going to the club. She looked fine. Which says about the altercation with Megan.
That's odd, right? Hey, listen. Hey, I'm glad you're here to explain and obviously witness all this firsthand because I truly and honestly believe I'm being honest in this whole thing, but again maybe there's some innate biases because I'm not a woman and you're a woman, so like I like to ask you, like, okay, when you're hearing this shit, what are you thinking? You tell me what you thinking.
I'm sitting here thinking like, damn, these bitches really gonna try to let this nigga go to jail behind this dumbass shit? I really honestly believe that they got into it. I don't know yet who pulled it, but the shit that's being argued is like they trying to say it was Kelsey to me. Like maybe it was her. And I think that that's only because they did not test Megan for gunshot residue or DNA on their gun. So how do you build a case around that? If you're trying to, outline that I didn't do shit.
Right,
if the other bitch ain't get tested for nothing. We can't prove anything. So let's go where we can. She had gunshot residue and she had a motive and they was getting into it. So is it possible that maybe she could have done it versus him? And then you heard 3 shots, pop, 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 pause, pop, pop. What the fuck is this about? Like, what the fuck? So a gun was absolutely fired. And then 4 people, they found 4 shell casings, the police did. How about one of the fucking neighbors found the 5th one? Now, what the fuck was that? They ain't told us yet. And then they did bring up that Megan said her back was turned. He said Megan said she was walking behind the car. How he shoot her over the door? Then they say Megan said her back was turned. So how the fuck did anything else happen? Like, what the hell going on?
Let me ask you a question, because we only saw this through reports. They said that Megan's supposed to testify tomorrow, that she knows that Tory is the shooter. I'm saying, how could she know that if her back is turned?
She said this multiple times.
You tell me. Explain to me, please, please. I'm a little confused, please.
They argued the fact that it was dark. It was all, and then if your back was turned, what was your proximity to Kelsey? How did she get this gunshot residue? Like her story, they have already laid out a foundation that shows her story don't make sense.
But
even if these people want to try to prove a case that Tory, you know, they threw that third charge up there, like negligence. Even if you want to do that, even if, God forbid, they said, oh, you guilty for discharging a weapon. Megan said he intentionally shot her. So it can't be no, he didn't shoot her with intent, because your story falls flat. That's not what you said. So that's still a problem to me. And people think it's a slam dunk. No, it's not. And everybody needs to talk about the fact that that bitch, they said that they requested the Gayle interview. You requested it to lie. You requested it to sit your ass up there and say you never had a sexual relationship with him. So what else will you lie? And she lied for how many years about that? So let me tell you what happened.
Hey, hold on. Let me ask you, does the prosecution, who basically admitted that they had an intimate relationship, do they even acknowledge that Meg Thee Stallion in her interview does not say that it was intimate?
That they slipped it in that there was a sexual relationship and kept on going like they hadn't said nothing. And let me tell you something. They said after the Gayle, Megan lied to her team, because they said that after the Gayle interview, prosecutors went back to Megan and said, okay, now what's all this chitter chatter? Like, was there a sexual relationship? And that's when she tested.
Wow. This is crazy.
Ain't no fucking way.
Still mess.
And everybody on Megan's side, bro.
So the defense said, she lied for how long about
110%.
that? How many years did she lie and say they didn't have a sexual relationship? Only for it to have been true. What else she lied about? And I want to highlight again, there were 3 people tested, but 4 DNA contributions. Tory's DNA, like you had said, was inconclusive. They brought it up and said it in black and white. No DNA on the magazine and
He
inconclusive
didn't do
on the
it.
gun
It was
itself.
Kelsey, bro.
So the defense absolutely backed up academic claims that no, you cannot tie that weapon to him via DNA evidence. No.
We good.
So she's sitting up there talking to you like you crazy, but that was factual.
Y'all see at girl in the background?
Largo, I need you to listen. We have 5,000 people on this live currently on my YouTube and Twitch. How much? We got 22,000 people watching. So we have about almost damn near probably 30,000 between probably your platforms and what I got going on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I really need you, because tomorrow and here's you tell. I know you're gonna be in court tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
I need every break. You got to get on live. We're going to have your shit on. Everybody going to hit the notification bell. As soon as you go on live, you might have to get.
Yeah, we can't take no pictures in the house. They being real fucking strict. So, yeah. Okay.
Girl, you might have to get an extra phone. We might have to pay the bill for the phone. Just tell us what it costs. Hey, listen, you know, my name Big Act. Just tell me what you like.
No, we can get in there, because I think that people was going out into the walkway and like out there. You just can't take pictures and stuff.
Girl, you might need 2 to 3 phones. Fuck it.
Okay.
You might have to, before this shit start, go to the Apple store, go.
It ended.
Like,
no, we can get in there, because I think that people was going out into the walkway and like out there. You just can't take pictures and stuff.
Girl, you might need 2 to 3 phones. Fuck it. Hey, you might have to, before this shit start, go to the Apple store, go.
I don't know why. You're fresh again.
The NBA is back, and with FanDuel, this season's looking better than ever. New customers get a no-sweat first bet and get up to...
I got to make sure Everybody's watching me. He's watching both of us. Here we go. Chat. If y'all watching me, whether on YouTube or Twitch, it's Milagro Grams. Y'all make sure y'all follow her. Obviously, I know what it is. Hold on, let me see. I can turn this off. Wait.
84, come
Okay, I
on.
can turn this off. All right, cool. You good?
Yeah, and let me tell you this: they did not test Kelsey or like her DNA on the gun. They didn't test her DNA on the damn gun. Drop the ball. People was not doing their job. They was not doing their job.
So that's why I'm saying, and again, you know, you're very intimate in the sense of you're into this, you know, this case, so you know a lot. What I believe is that they gave Kelsey an immunity deal. They had to, because here's the thing: you want Kelsey to testify, even though Tory's defense is basically saying, "Yo, I ain't do it, but I ain't really pointing no fingers, but it might be somebody else." They're not looking to charge Kelsey. They're only looking to get Tory.
That's true. I mean, that's a good point, and they absolutely could have. So try to sweeten the deal, you know, and make her feel like child. Go ahead, get up there.
I think they gave her a deal and say, "Listen, you ain't getting charged, but you can't back out of testifying against Tory. We want Tory. Tory is who we want."
Because after Landon said you went to the hotel, he tried to give you hush money. My whole question is, when did she tell you that? How you find that out? Because the prosecution or whoever the fuck said that Kelsey was waiting outside while Megan was in the hospital, and that Megan was in New York. She didn't even fucking know. They said they did what they had to do with Megan. She gets on the plane. She goes to New York. Kelsey didn't even fucking know. And
let me ask you the question. I'm going off Meg Thee Stallion's what she said on Gayle King, like Good Morning America, whatever that was. She said, well, Tory, as soon as he shot her, he offered both of them $1 million. That's what she said. I could play the clip. I got the clip. Did you hear anything about Tory offering $1 million so far? This is opening testimony. By the way, this is why I think you should have heard something. I'm gonna tell you why. Because if they're trying to say, if they're trying to justify that Meg's statements have been inconsistent,
it's like females' words against niggas, bro.
The best friend who hasn't been cool with Meg is now coming back to testify, claiming Meg got hurt. The only thing that would make sense is if they said that, oh no, Tory offered $1 million and, you know, he was trying to bribe us, and because he was trying to bribe us, we were trying to chill. Have you heard that in court?
They brought up the keep quiet, I'll give you something because I'm on probation. And the defense said, Chum, my client ain't never been on no damn probation. He's not a convicted criminal. So why would he tell her that? Does that make sense? That's what he would say? And then he mentioned it in that regard. The defense said that. And then he said, and then Megan's story
we had 90
changed again. She said something else. He said first it was she didn't want black men to die because of George Floyd. And then because Tory was on probation.
Hold on.
And then
Malaga. Hey, remember, I'm talking to you also. So I'm going to ask you some questions.
Oh, sure.
Let me ask you a question, because I asked my audiences. If you don't went on a date with a nigga,
y'all listening?
That nigga done end up shooting you. You with your girl. You got shot. Cool. The police come. For whatever reason, you hop back in the same car with the nigga who shot you.
Hold on.
Go ahead, girl. Do your thing.
This is crazy, bro.
Oh, they already came by here. What you need? Oh, yeah, they came by here earlier.
You want not right or what?
Do I not pay for that?
No problem, bro. No problem. I was doing a Young Thug thing, but it was like, this.
She said, "Is it free?"
Crazy, but this,
I like her.
Is a little bit more crazy than the Young Thug stuff, because this is insane. This is insane. I'm gonna stream this tomorrow too.
Hey, y'all, had to get some free water.
Nah, it's all good. Hold on. I'm gonna present the situation to you again. You go on a date with a nigga. Okay?
Who that is?
When you go on a date with a nigga, the nigga end up allegedly shooting you. Somehow, some way, he convinced you to get back in the car with him.
Yeah.
Y'all get pulled over by the cops.
Y'all want me to stream this tomorrow?
Let me ask you a question, and this is just a person of color to a person of color.
Mm-hmm. Nigga fuck.
Remember, you just thought this dude tried to shoot you to kill you, because remember, you're going to later put out a statement saying they meant to hurt you.
Yeah.
Is your first thought, you know what? I don't want the cops to kill us. Like, you explain it, because you know how make you explain.
It made, let me tell you something. To me, it made absolutely no sense, especially when they have found things that were up the street. They all up the damn street. They want to tell us Megan got blood all in people's damn driveway and shit, and jury all in the military. Why the fuck you ain't go to one of their damn doors and ask for help? They was already up watching y'all stupid ass. Okay, when Megan them got back in the car, she had ample opportunity. When they pulled them out of the car, they secured the weapon. He couldn't have harmed her with all them people like that. Why you didn't tell the police that he had harmed you then? When she got in the ambulance, she lied again. And the defense outlined this. When she was in the ambulance, she was safe. Why didn't she tell the officers or anybody there that she was shot then? When she got to the hospital, she still lied. 3 different times the girl lied. But by 9 o'clock in the morning, Kelsey is saying that Megan's team is already on this.
The power of having money.
So the whole time she was saying it was glass until when? And when did Megan's team intervene? And the defense said that the story started to change when Rock Nation got in it. Sure did say that.
Bro, I said that, bro. Rock Nation, because he did not sign that contract, I think. That's why, yo, they trying to get his ass up out of there, bro.
That's crazy.
Yes, this is real.
So even at base value, with what they presented so far, how do you find him guilty? You know, like beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't see it.
5 more views.
I don't see it. This shit is ridiculous. It's bullshit.
Hey, listen. You know, I've had some insight. You know, and obviously, you know, I had a relationship with Tory for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
But I definitely never want that to like cloud, like, you know, me being objective, because, you know, like you just like me, like, bro, we earn our reputation on being truthful.
You're affiliated with and what you stand for.
Exactly. And I was thinking about this, and you know, some of the shit don't make sense to me.
It's not logical. It never will. No. We did our homework when we went to college, so this isn't logical to us.
I'm gonna be honest though. This might shock you.
What?
I didn't think the prosecution was gonna sound so dumb.
Me either.
Yo, hey, Milagro, I had to get you on here because I'm like, it's no way they sound so remedial. No.
I mean,
these are professionals, ain't they?
They're professionals, and they put them damn officers up on the stand and said, y'all put pieces of paper out there to mark the evidence. They said, what Kelsey nail at? They say it's up under the piece of paper with the chain, the piece of the chain. He said, you got 2 objects right there. He said, y'all say Megan had a blood trail. Could you tell us where it started and where it ended? No, because they didn't label it correctly. They can't say, so how do we even know anything? We know you can't prove that dumbass shit. Them cops sat up there and said no. They put pieces of paper. The paper that they would use to take your statement, they took them, that's what they put out there to mark the damn evidence. And they had one picture of blood in the damn street. And they said, okay, well, where the blood trail? Defense said, where's the blood trail? Did you mark it? No. So you couldn't tell us where the blood trail started, stopped, or the pattern, or the way she may have gone? No. I said, tell her no, you fucking lying. And so they literally said, so no picture of a trail. There's one blood stain, and they had to confirm one blood stain.
This is some fucking... Hey, so, Milagro, well, I got you here. And by the way, I don't know what your night until... Wait, by the way, what you doing for the rest of the night?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Hey, by the way, I kid you not. I should have came out there.
You totally
I just came from Mexico. My brother got married, and I was just like, yo, you know, I'm always on the East Coast. I'm like in New York, and I'm like, man, I should just show up. And I'm like, nah, I'm not gonna be in a. And I ain't gonna lie, I thought if I actually showed up, they would try to arrest me, and just because they would be like, oh, yeah, I breached certain privacy things, because like there was times when there was like, you know, discovery. They felt that I knew, which I didn't know. I was just like I'm like you, like, yo.
You know what I think? I feel like, I'm gonna be honest, I feel like her people knew who I was. And I feel
Were
like...
you good?
Huh?
Were you good? Because they do know who you are.
Yeah, I heard they dropped my damn name. But I felt like that. There were times where I saw them hoes.
Dang, what happened?
So I'm like, bitch, what? So what I did was, I made sure I ain't do nothing I wasn't supposed to do. And I think that if you come in, they looking for any little thing. So I just had turned their motherfucking phone off and did this shit. Because if there was any way that they could kick me the fuck out for tomorrow, they would. And I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna be sitting right there, looking her dead in her damn face. I hope the hell starts stuttering. You know that bitch went on live and was talking about me.
Who?
Megan, when I was about to interview her ex-boyfriend, because he accused that hoe of pulling a gun out on him and breaking windows and shit.
Yo,
and he know damn well,
Meg is crazy, bro.
You know damn well that I sent you a message, voice note and everything, and that your ass was talking about Megan. I go take me a damn nap before the damn interview. I wake up, this bitch filming Don't Stop with Young Thug. She in the trailer trying to attack my damn credibility. When she did that live and she said, that lady, I know who she is. Like, she obsessed with me and whoop de whoop. I cursed that bitch out so good, I feel sorry for the hoe. So, tomorrow,
this is crazy.
When she's sitting on her down, I'm gonna have this damn notebook. I'm gonna be taking them damn notes.
Okay. Explain to me. So wait, do you have to reserve space? Is it the first come first serve? How do you get in the courtroom?
25 media. The people can have some family, and then they had like 5 seats for the public. So if you get there early enough, get on up in there.
That's what I'm saying.
So
They're only trying to protect Megan.
Are you just getting there extra early?
Like what she said earlier.
On me?
She's so women this, women that, and all this. She don't wanna go outside over a nigga, bro.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Hey,
that's why she's trying. That's why she's trying to make it all. That's why she's trying to make it all. Tory
I want you to gain the most from this.
She don't want to look bad for.
If there's anything on my platform, if there's anything I could personally help you with, I respect people who are down to show up and really get the truth, because a lot of times there's a lot of motherfuckers who are just waiting to just run with some shit that they want it to be the narrative, and I know that you're showing up because you want to know the actual shit. You want to know the shit shit you tell me about now, I don't know about. You want to tell me the real tea. You don't want to tell me some shit that everybody knows. And I respect it.
If they had said anything to me that mattered, that I felt like you hadn't heard already as it pertains to Megan, or I would tell you. Nothing. Everything we found out made that hoe look bad. I'm going over my notes now. Like everything was like, what is this?
Let me ask you a question. If Meg's team hits you up right now and says, yo, Malagra, I want to talk to you because your coverage is kind of like creating a narrative like I'm lying. I got some shit for you that could maybe help you out or give you whatever situation, but I need you to report differently in this situation. What would you do?
Probably like,
you know what? It's some hoes that's gonna sit up and be like, oh, I wouldn't do that. No, I really wouldn't do that. Like at the end of the day, my shit not monetized. You do your shit like I do Twitch like you do Twitch and shit like that. But no, hell no, I don't benefit off of shit like that. And you ain't gonna prosper anyway. I believe in God too much. No, it ain't no price. Somebody can buy you what you worth. That's a bad, that shit. That's a bad reflection on your ass. No, I believe in him, and I feel like this shit ain't right.
It's not, bro.
Hey,
niggas do fucked up shit.
I do want to know about the backlash you've gotten, right? So
yeah,
when I started, and by the way, even Tory Lanez himself
Tony,
knows
you
this.
got your post notifications
When I
on,
started
come on. So
asking
as soon as I go
questions,
live, you jump
it
in
wasn't
there.
because I'm cool with Tory. I asked questions because I said, you know what? Hey, you know, I just want to be right. But I realized quickly people didn't care about being right or being fair. People want to drive narratives. You as a woman who now people are looking at, yo, why you not backing Tory instantly? Or no, not Tory, but you're not backing Meg instantly. Has it been difficult because you have been pretty much independent and also you've been a sovereign, you know, platform to say, yo, I'm going to figure out what really happened and whatever really is happening, I'm going to report on that. Sometimes they demonize people like that. I've been through it.
One more sub. Let's get that one more sub.
In third ward at TSU, asking students, how you feel about Megan Thee Stallion? Like, you know, how y'all feel? Like cheering this bitch on. I did not even listen to Tory. I had heard say it before. I knew who he was. I didn't even listen to him. I was a fan of Megan. I was rooting for the health. Okay. The story broke. I went to school for criminal justice, eat 'em up cats. Okay, shout out to Sam Houston and psychology. And I just felt like this shit do not make sense. And so the hardest thing has been, I lost my motherfucking Twitter at the restart. I lost my fucking Instagram at the restart.
Why?
I lost my Twitter immediately after Megan released pictures of her feet. And I said, this picture does not align. And I didn't cuss her. I said, this picture does not align with her story. That's what I said. They deleted my motherfucking Twitter for bullying and fucking hate speech. My Instagram got fucking taken.
Really?
Yeah, with no reasoning. You know, like shit, like to where you know somebody went and did the shit, like because they didn't. That's why I'm paying so fucking weak right now. And then, for Black women, for me to be somebody that wants the best for my people, men included, I am so sorry to whoever in the fuck ain't never met a stand-up ass nigga. I'm never finna sit up and say we don't need niggas or I love niggas. Niggas have done me very well. Some done fucked over me, but some have done very well. So I'm not finna toss them to the side.
Real quick. See what I mean? Females, see? You heard what she said.
For nothing or his word. Like
let's go back.
That fucked over me, but some have done very well. Whoever in the fuck ain't never met a stand-up ass nigga. I'm never finna sit up and say we don't need niggas or I love niggas. Niggas have done me very well. Some done fucked over me, but some have done very well. So I'm not finna toss them to the side when I know hoes that lie. I'm from where bitches will lie about a whole bunch of shit. So I'm not finna sit up and act like hoes don't make up shit. Like where I'm from, they do. So I'm not gonna take a bitch word for nothing or his word. Yes, this ain't about something. Tory ain't told me shit about this damn case. So at the end of the day, this has been feeling like, you know, something is not right. She got hurt and that's fine. Something happened, but I don't think it went the way that she said it did. And for Black women to feel like you don't care about Black women and you don't care about Black women's pain is ridiculous to me, and it gets on my fucking nerves.
Right quick. This, we're gonna pause this real quick. This is why I love Black queens, bro. Is Black queen, bro. Y'all have to understand, bro. Y'all just gotta understand. Y'all know this. Y'all know all niggas.
And she's sitting up here looking at me like I'm fucking crazy because I'm asking questions.
You just gotta
I support Black women.
Did that happen? Wait.
But like,
that happened?
Yeah, that happened.
Black queen.
So hold on. I know Tamika Mallory. I don't know too much about her, but she's aligned with the nigga who's a clown named my son. And he is just bro. Like, you know, he's been getting a lot of money off of trying to pimp out Black Lives Matter and trying to, like, you know, push these narratives. And, you know, it's not that, you know, like, you know, they try to create these narratives like I'm against Black people. Clearly not. But, like, you know, just like you who's willing to sit there and say, hey, I'm down to cover this story and figure out the truth and not just go blindly, or I'm down to do what I got to do to figure out what's going on. Some of these motherfuckers are just drones. They don't give a fuck about trying to do that.
They don't. And it wasn't before Megan opened up her fucking mouth. Kelsey mama went on Instagram and placed blame on her and said this happened because of Megan's stupidity. Kelsey's sister went and back.
Wait. Hold on. Oh my God. You saying a lot, girl. Hold on. I gotta take this just for you. Hey, by the way, for everybody, all my chat niggas, hey, please shout out your personal page, whatever page you want. Yo, chat niggas, I need y'all to show us some love. Chat niggas, y'all know what it is. Please tell them where they can find you, please.
Yeah, I need to tune into Mob Radio.
Yeah.
Go on Mob's World for the blog page.
Okay.
My titties, you can come over here.
What?
World for the blog page.
Okay.
My titties, you can come over here.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. You was definitely showcasing some shit. I ain't gonna lie. You was going in. Hold on.
All in the courtroom, sitting at, child. I ain't give a fuck.
Nah, you was doing your thing, girl. Hold on.
Said Mob.
I forgot what. See, you got me discombobulated.
What did we just say? Because I forgot too. I'm ready to go smoke.
Yo,
No, hold on.
Bro.
You was talking about.
We're definitely streaming this, bro.
What was she talking about? What did
I say? I be having to ask them what I said.
Megan.
Nah.
We on it.
I'm reading the chat right now. I ain't gonna lie. Everybody was like, yo, it's Mob. Hold on. Wait, I'm gonna correct him. Yo, chat, I see y'all. It's Mob. Somebody said.
On that.
No, it's Mob Radio. It's not Mob Taz. It's not Mob Taz. It's Mob Radio. You hear them?
Not Jay
Prince.
Prince.
Jay Prince business, but it ain't Mob Taz.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we on that.
All right,
so
yo. My boy Ray Allen says, yo, I'm loving this girl. Oh, they love you. They love you right now.
She talking a lot.
They love you right now. Oh my God. Somebody said, yo, hey, this just said, he said, is she from Houston? Nigga, scroll up, nigga. Oh my God.
But this is what I'm telling you. What I had said was,
let's see.
It wasn't no dumb shit that made me start questioning her. I was literally live doing coverage on the murder. Do you remember Erica Banks' girlfriend drowned in the damn pool? That shit was fugazi as fuck. I was investigating that and reporting on that when the story literally broke.
So from my understanding, she's like one of the people that's in the courtroom and take notes and shit. Okay.
That shit happened with Megan and them. So I was able to be on it from the very beginning, just because I just so happened to be on live anyway. So I was able to follow it from the very beginning. And what triggered me to make me feel like something wasn't right was the fact that Kelsey Mama and her sister made comments on Instagram and said, this happened because of Megan's stupidity. Oh, this is what loyalty will get you. My sister ain't never been detained, and now this happening because of her. They were placing blame, seemed like, on Megan. So I started saying, well, shit, what the hell happened? Time goes on. Megan contradicts herself. Okay, she keeps contradicting herself. Cool, whatever. Then I get the damn transcripts. When I got them transcripts from December of 2021, child, the whole thing opened right up, and then FedEx did the medical report, whatever the fuck documentation that was, with the glass with Dr. Lafredo. So I'm not sitting up here saying I don't believe Megan because I just don't want to. No, there are logical reasons why, child, this shit don't make no sense, and I'm not gonna pretend it does. When the bitch said I was walking away, I was facing the back. Then you didn't see shit, girl.
All right, now this a little bonus footage. Check this out.
To be the case, but they do have Kelsey on the phone call when Tory did call her. Like I said, we got to hear the full phone call. And she said, and this is in an hour, 5 hours later, Megan's team is all over this. Megan's team already know they're all over this, literally.
That's what the phone call said?
Yeah. Let me go. I can quote it. I can say to her phone call.
Yo, she got everything.
Hold on. Hello? Hey, y'all got out? Y'all good? Megan at the hospital? And then Kelsey say, I'm outside the hospital. Tori say, what hospital? She say, Cedar, something like that. He said, I know she probably ain't going to want to talk to me again, but I was drunk. I ain't understand what I did, what I was doing. I'm sorry. And then she said,
hey, who said that? I don't know that.
Kyle.
Okay.
And so then she was like, there's a lot that happened. And he was like, yeah, a lot did happen. I feel crazy. He said, what happened, but I can't take it back. Who the fuck would say that about a shooting? When we got to hear the full context of the call, it absolutely sounded like, damn, I shouldn't have let the cat out the bag. Like, I'm sorry that shit came out. Like, it absolutely sounded like that.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let me ask you directly then, because you were there. You're in court. You are our eyes and ears, really. So this is what I said. I said, Tory apologizing might not be essentially, oh, I'm apologizing for shooting, but Tory exposed some shit that started some drama that led to some fighting.
That was argued today. I'm gonna tell you how I got that though. So okay, well on the phone call, how about Kelsey is sitting at the hospital after she didn't got detained in question. Megan was in the hospital. They whisked her off to New York. She didn't even see that fucking girl. Kelsey sitting outside. Megan is fucking gone to New York. So Kelsey says, well, I was already fucked up by the time y'all. They say Kelsey was passed the fuck out when Tory got there. That's how drunk she was. She was passed out. Child.
Wait. Slow it down. So Kelsey
views, let's go,
at
bro.
the event
at Kylie's house was passed the fuck out by the time Tory even got there. Passed the fuck out, drunk. So Tory was like, I don't even remember what we was fighting about. This on the call. And Kelsey said, I was already fucked up by the time you got there. So then Tory say, you got my security number, Quan? And y'all, he said, you figure out a way to, bail me out. I ain't got his number. And so Kelsey was like, well, it's a report already out. And he was like, about what? And then she was like, about the incident, but it ain't naming no names. But she said verbatim, Megan's team is on top of this.
All right, now shout out to Mila Grow Grams on Instagram and Mob Radio on YouTube. I love this girl's personality. And when I heard that she's from Houston, just like Megan Thee Stallion, I said, hold on. Because you would think she would just, oh, Tory did it. She was like, no, I'm looking at the evidence. And I know a lot of y'all are going to think, well, just because she wasn't believing Megan Thee Stallion, she's on.
Let's look at this. This is 2 weeks ago.
The NBA is back, and with FanDuel, this season's looking better than ever. Because right now...
Okay, yeah. I want this.
Listen, let me tell y'all what happened.
He got we was on day one.
And y'all listen to for all them people that just came in and asking me to go over it.
He got it too. Hold on, nah. We need playlist. Hold on, wait. Bear with me. I'm gonna try and find it on the other screen. We just gonna go with day 3 for right now. Give me a second. The fuck, nigga?
Love me.
We can go here first.
Listen, let me tell y'all what happened. And y'all listen to for all them people that just came in.
I thought she would be on Megan's side because she's from, where Megan from. But she
didn't make it go over it. So what happened was,
yo, bro, I'm gonna let that play.
We come in, Kelsey come in. No, we already did this morning. Let me skip because we talked this afternoon. Yes. So let me skip here. Hold on these pages. So we came back in at about 2:50, and so they jumped right back into questioning. Kelsey, when y'all got back in the car, could you tell that Megan was injured? And she said, oh, wait. Yeah, it's back when we got back. Okay. Could you tell that anybody was injured? That Megan was injured?
Okay.
She said, I didn't.
We're gonna pause this one. We're gonna say this for later. Oh yes. We have mad shit. We're gonna like this. We're gonna throw this one over here. This is day 2. So okay. And we're gonna try to catch up. So this is day 2 right here.
Later, please.
Let's listen to day 2.
Holy.
Yo, this is
what's going on, academic?
Hey, listen. You got to break down. Like I was doing a podcast today, so I missed all the updates of what happened in court. I need you to give me the breakdown. What was really going on out here?
Well, Megan brought her ass up in there, looking nervous. Okay, just talked about how she was. I just got into it too, so perfect timing. So Megan came in looking nervous. They swore her in and sat her down. So they say, do you know Tory?
1 second, chat. 1 second.
Yes, I know Tory. Can you point out Tory? He's right there. They asked her to describe his outfit. So I thought that it was a little bit too much out the gate with the fake ass. No tears fell, but she was making the crying noise. Okay?
Wait, no tears fell the whole time?
From my vantage point, I saw not one tear throughout the duration of the questioning all day.
Keep it a bean with me. Was she Amber Hearding? Trying to, but it's not really coming out.
Right. She was doing the Gayle shit. She was making the noises. If them people sit up and say that Megan was crying tears, that's a lie. That is a out motherfucking lie. Okay? Because there were no tears. She was
no snot bubbles?
Huh?
No snot bubbles? None of that?
No. None of that. So they asked her, did you know Tory? She said, yeah, we used to be friends. We met that year. We got close. We used to drink together, party together. We would hang out, and we bonded over time. And so Megan said, I think when my mom died, I needed to fill that void. So I was, hanging with him. So they said, this is prosecution. Did you have
nobody won it yet? I'm
writing
people names.
Megan simply answered yes.
Nobody won yet.
Okay. They said, what about Kelsey? And she starts with the crying noises again. Kelsey, she was my best friend. She was my best friend.
Wait. Hold on. So Meg out the gate is basically contradicting what she said in the interview. But she probably I seen her walking into court with what looks to be like a legal team her damn self, which means they have probably prepped her for whatever line of questioning and probably told her ass, we know you like switching the stories up, but you could go to jail if you lie on the stand. I got a message.
Yeah, I got you.
The defense actually raised a good point after we took a lunch break, and they said, Megan, you and your team had talked. You and the people spoke. And what was that about? And she said, it was just about me opening up a little bit more. And they said, did they tell you that you need to open up more, or did you say that? And she said, no, I said that. So there was absolutely a discussion. I'm sure prior, because it did sound very rehearsed. But you do that with all clients. You vet them and you go over shit. But you could tell Megan, they had to tell Megan to pause, hold on, because she was so ready to answer the question. The people wouldn't even be done asking the question before she's already sprouting up at the mouth, trying to get these answers out that I feel like she had rehearsed. But
before you came,
she brought up how her and Kelsey was best friends since freshman year of college, and that she became her assistant. And she said, Kelsey, will go everywhere with me. She said before the 12th, they did everything together. All right, we immediately go into Kylie's house. They say July 12th, you went to Kylie's house. They said when? Early evening. Okay. Megan says that they were there at least 5 hours before Tory even got there. It was EJ, Kelsey, and Megan that rode together to get to the party. Megan said when she got there, they all was hanging out, having some drinks, and that she went to the kitchen to cook. And that she brought the food out from the kitchen to, I guess, the pool area, wherever they were. She brought that out. They said, Megan, are you nervous? She said, I'm not nervous. I just don't feel good because I can't believe I got to do this. I can't believe I have to sit here in front of people, who have been spreading misinformation and tell my story and sit in front of the man who shot me, start getting real, I feel like elevated in her tone. And I'm going to tell you something else. They did not want me in the courtroom today.
Wait, what?
And a lot because of our lives. And because of the joke that was made that, the phone, we could, it was a little joke about, let's get a phone and you could get something up in there, like, whoop. Yeah. There was a lot today about the phone and a concern that I may have been streaming live from the fucking courtroom like a fucking idiot. Why the fuck would I ever do that? But, a whole bunch of op shit, because I feel like get the fuck up off my live. But anyway, she said she didn't feel good. She said Corey, Kylie, and her friends were at the party, and Megan texted Tory to come over. She said Tory came over really late, and by the time Tory even got there, a lot of people were gone. So it was just Kylie, Kelsey, Tory, Corey Gamble, and whoever else was out there. So when Tory got there, she said everybody got in the pool. Megan said her wig was starting to slip, and that's the reason why she wanted to leave. After she had been in the pool, she said the wig started slipping, literally.
Does she mention if there was any other arguments that was happening prior to that? Whether it was maybe any disagreements with, before Tory got there, or...
And you know why I really like her too?
She said the reason why she wanted to leave was because
I agree with you. You know why I really
That was her damn.
Is because first of all she's a black queen
They
and
said
she's
that
fucking
Jaquan, the driver,
educated.
dropped Tory off, and
Love
that
it.
Tory didn't want to go.
We need more
It was
black,
shortly
bro.
after Tory
Love
got
it.
there that she thought she wants to
Educated.
leave, and so she said
Well-educated.
he didn't want to go, but that Jaquan, the driver, said,
I love
"I'm not
educated
leaving without
black,
Tory."
bro. Black
So if
queen.
you can convince Tory to leave, then we can go. But testimony has already been given that she got
And
in the
she
car
not picking
and
sides,
wrote.
bro. She
Tory
got
said, "Go
facts.
ahead, you can take him home," and all that shit. But anyway, Megan,
My point
Tory,
exactly.
and Kelsey, and Quan.
My point
No,
exactly.
Meg, Tory, Kelsey, and Quan is sitting up at the party, and she jumps. She didn't say nothing about Quan taking them back to the house. She said she don't remember that. She don't remember getting in Tory's car and going to the house and coming back. She don't remember none of that. She said all she remembers is that Tory had an attitude, and by the time that finally it was time to go and he was willing to go. They outlined that Tory never said he didn't want to go and never gave her a reason. So they outlined like you're assuming basically that he didn't want to leave. He was upset with you about that. But yeah, she outlined what everybody was in the car. Cool.
Let me see.
She acknowledged that Tory said you need to stop lying to your friend, and that is what sparked an argument. And Megan said, "I knew Kelsey had a crush, so I didn't want her to know that we had been intimate." That's what she said. And then she later said in a real attitude type of way, Kelsey had a crush on him. They was never together. So I didn't sleep with him like behind her back. I've never backdoored her. They said, well, why did she say that? You ain't ask her why she said that? She say no. I ain't never backdoored her. She ain't never backdoored me. I don't know why she said, but she had a crush. I just didn't want her to know that I had been intimate with him because she liked him. Child police. So then she said, well, everybody got into an argument. She said Kelsey was mad, but Tory was mad too, and that it was more so them. Then she jumps to getting out on Sunset Boulevard, and she says the only reason that she got back in the car was because she was up and coming, coming into her fame and had on a thong bikini, and she didn't want to be spotted on the street looking crazy. That's why she got back in the car the first time. And she said that her phone was dying or already dead, but she couldn't remember. But I would like to note that I saw two chargers in the evidence photos. There was a charger in the front seat and a charger in the back seat. Bitches could have charged their phone. I feel like it's a lie, but whatever.
Holy.
Okay. People got back in the car, and she say they were still arguing about the shit. Kelsey and Tory was arguing. She said, look, I ain't want to be in it, so I wanted to get out. So she said, I can walk to my house, And then she heard dance, bitch, as she was walking away. Now Megan in court says she wasn't walking to the back of the car. She was walking towards the front. It took her 2 or 3 seconds, and Tory said, dance, bitch, and she looked over her left shoulder. And when she looked over her left shoulder, she saw him with a gun. Then she just froze. And he starts to shoot. So did she remain looking back at him? I didn't get an understanding of that, and I wish they would have kind of like.
I do have one question, and whether the answer comes from Meg or from the police detectives, did it say how far the shooter was from Meg when they fired the shot? Because this sounds like it's pretty close.
You know what? And you're gonna think this shit look crazy, but I drew it verbatim. They made Megan draw on the back of the evidence photo. Okay. They made her draw a picture of where she was, and I did it verbatim. I promise you. And anybody that was there knows that this is real. Please, people, look at this photo. I swear to God, that's what Megan drew. Megan says I swear to God. Megan says she's about 8 feet. Okay? About 8 feet away. And that is what she drew. If they ever let y'all see evidence photos, you will see that my shit looks just like that. Okay? It looked just like that. Let's get to the juicy shit. Fuck all this other bullshit. And so she said that she felt shocked and all of that shit. And she didn't see where Kelsey was or nothing like that. She went over to the driveway and she said it was blurry. She said, they said, did you see Kelsey and Tory get into a physical fight? She said, no. I saw them bump each other and they asked her to describe what that meant. And she really couldn't. She said, I think they bumped into each other and I saw both of them coming towards me, but it's just really, really, really blurry.
And this is after the shot, so all she saw was that they bumped into each other.
That they bumped into each other and came towards her. That's what she said.
Come on now.
And then she said she doesn't remember what he said at that time. But you recall, she first said that he started saying, I'm sorry, don't say nothing, I give you $1 million. But now she says, no, I don't remember what he said, it's all a blur.
Y'all
And
hear
she
this,
said
bro?
shortly after they got back in the car,
Wait. So
yo.
she does not repeat on the stand
yo.
that Tory offered her $1 million. Right there.
not at that time. She says that all she remembers is later when the cops, she said as soon as they heard sirens in the background, that basically Tory started to panic and was like, oh, don't say nothing, I'll give you $1 million, I'm on probation, I can't go back to jail, some bullshit like that. And so what I feel like fucked Megan up majorly was saying, well, I didn't know where I was. The defense tried to get Megan to outline where she was in the street, like where did the car stop and what was this and what was that. Megan claimed that she was about to walk home, but she said that the phone was dead or dying, so you couldn't use your GPS. Megan said she didn't know where she was, but said that she lived up the hill and was going to walk home. So did you know where you were or not? Did you know where you were headed or not? Like, come on, it don't make no sense. She said Kelsey was in the car crying. She was crying. And they said, had you ever seen Kelsey with a gun? And did you ever see Kelsey with the gun at night? She said, no. They said, did you know that Tory had a gun? She said, no. Were there any other injuries, like to Kelsey, like not that she knew of, and that she was bleeding in the car, and that, you know, Kelsey was being of assistance to her. And she said that I told them that I stepped on glass because of the George Floyd situation. I was taken to the hospital. They were
And not to cut you off.
Huh?
And not to cut you off, did they ask her that prior to the situation, once she got in the car, did she, because, you know, Tory didn't have a shirt on.
Right.
He just had, like, swimming trunks on. Did she see the gun before? Like, was it on the center console? Like, did she
not seen the gun before? And when they said, they made a really good point. She said on the stand, I didn't have no gun, Kelsey didn't have no gun because we had the bikinis on. So we didn't have no one that had no gun. So the defense said, well, what did Tory have space to have a gun? Because he just had on swim trunks. She said she don't remember what he had on. She doesn't remember.
Okay.
Come on,
she
now,
said in the black community, it's not acceptable to snitch. That's why she didn't want to cooperate. And that's why she lied about the glass. She didn't want to be cooperating with authorities. And she said, when you're a woman and you say a man did something to you, don't nobody believe it. And she said that the industry is nothing more than a boys' club. And she felt like everybody was going to hate her. She said that.
Did she answer why she got back in the car with the nigga who just shot at her 5 times?
Yeah.
So you don't know he had on.
Well, read it, but I believe that she said that she was just scared. She was nervous. She needed to get home. She know she was. It had happened so fast and like she didn't know what to do. Like she put it like she was just so in shock and didn't know what was going on.
Cap.
Did they ask did they ask the question of, did Tory force you to get back in or did you willingly get back in?
They didn't ask her did he force her to get back in, but they said, and you got back in the car, and why did you get back in the car? And then she answered as follows, you know, which was okay, well, I got back in because, you know, well, it was another street, it was late, it was dark, you know, whatever the case may be. But she said it was so blurry. And then she goes into not remembering all of the key shit. Megan didn't remember nothing that would have incriminated her damn self. She remembered everything that was simply, he shot me. But every time they asked a valuable question, I don't remember all that bullshit. And to the point where it was getting agitated. Because it was like, girl, come on. Even when it came to the luggage, they said, Megan, what was yours in the car? Like, was this your purse? Oh, I don't know if that was my purse. I got a lot of bags.
What do you
shit
mean?
Like that, being a smart ass and shit. Let me see. She said she had surgery and that they took the bullet fragments out. She said she had physical therapy for a few months, every day at first, and then on and off, and that she couldn't even walk for a while.
Wait, for a few months?
She said she had physical therapy for months.
Was twerking part of the physical therapy?
That's what I'm trying to understand, because we saw Megan soon after the shooting, and she looked just fucking fine.
Yo!
But she said she was in physical therapy for months, and she said she couldn't walk for a while, and that she couldn't feel the left side of her foot. She said she still got nerve damage, and she can't really feel the left side of her foot, and that the back of her feet are always sore. That's what she said. They showed us the regular ass picture. They brought up how Tory texted Megan that night after the shooting. They put the text on the screen saying, I'm sorry. And then Megan claims that Tory texted her from another number and said, I see you on live and I can see the pain in your eyes. I hope you get through this. And that she was just taken aback that he would do this to her and then tell her, I saw you, I'm watching you. And she made it sound like a threat, kind of, when she said, like, oh, you watching me, you see me, you see the look in my eyes.
Wait, what day was this? Like, when did he send her the text?
Wait, hold on. Read that in the chat.
From the other.
Did she have a show, like, what, after she was...
Weeks later when she's on the
Oh, my God.
They didn't even get into when that could have come in.
Okay.
At all.
Bro, this is insane, bro.
I will tell you, Tamika Mallory was there. Desiree Perez was there. T. Ferris was there.
So why
Desiree Perez was there?
Desiree Perez was in the building.
Rock Nation Honcho.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
Perez was there. T. Ferris was there.
Desiree Perez was there.
Desiree Perez was in the building.
Rock Nation Honcho.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
Rock Nation Honcho.
Did they get into? So did she admit that she was giving Kelsey a severe case of the beats?
She denied a physical altercation completely with Kelsey. She said they never had a fight.
So, how did she ever explain why they found acrylic nails, Kelsey's pendant,
right,
and basically like proof that she was getting thrown around like a rag doll?
She said there was never a physical altercation between her and Kelsey. And then
she
said that when the shooting happened, they got out the car, bumped into each other, and came towards her. Now, make it make sense, because this is happening very quickly. Because remember, the police come and get the phone calls was placed 4:22, 4:26, and shit like that. The police is hemming them up by like 4:30. The message that Kelsey sent to Justin was at 4:27. So, babe, this is happening very, very, very rapidly. So, make it make sense, Megan. Something happened. And a witness states he saw a woman get out of the back seat and attack the woman in the front, and that it spilled off into the street. She categorically denied the whole thing. Said there was no physical altercation between her and Kelsey, and she did not speak to a physical altercation between Tory and Kelsey.
This is insane.
They said, Megan, this Kathy's house talking to her people. You a private person? She say, yeah. They say, are you having a hard time opening up? That's when Megan started with the tears and said, yeah, because I got to sit in front of people who will spread misinformation about me and then my attacker, but I don't want to be weak, and I don't want to give them the power that I feel like they done had over me for the past almost 3 years. And so they said, Megan, did you hear anything? And she said, gunshots. They say, how many? She said, I don't know. They played the audio of the gunshots, and they said, was that it? And she said, yeah. And she said, yes, but she shook her head no. And she did that a couple of times, and that was very interesting to me, those micro expressions when she did that bullshit, where she would answer the question verbally one way, but she would nod in a yes motion. I wish to God that y'all could see the way that she behaved today. Very theatrical. Nancy Dillon even called her animated today. And I think that was the proper term. It was a lot.
1 second, chat. My grandmother called me. 1 second, chat.
Her energy absolutely shifted after talking to the people when we came back from lunch. Megan was much more reserved at first. She had her moments at the beginning, but when she came back after lunch, hollering, getting real hard, getting real arrogant, it was a completely different attitude. So they said, Megan said, as soon as Tory started shooting, she looked down. She said she just thought he was holding the gun. She said he said dance, bitch, and she turned around, he was holding the gun. But she said she looked down. They said, did you see him fire the shots? She said, no. She said that she was scared. Yeah, she said, no, she did not see. She said she saw him with the gun, and he said, dance, bitch. But she did not see him fire the shot. She immediately looked down and froze. So she said she was terrified. The police had guns out, and she got handcuffed. And she said she felt like no one cared about her. Here goes the crying noises again, but no tears, okay? And so they said, well, how did you feel when you got cuffed to the bed in the ambulance? She said, like I didn't matter. And they questioned her again about the boys club in the industry. And she said, every man in a position took Tory's side and have given me hell, okay? So then she gets elevated in her tone at this point. And she said, and they just want to keep making it about who I had sex with and not about the fact that I got shot. And I don't like that. This is not about who I slept with. This ain't about my sex life, basically. It's about the shooting. She said, I had just got a feature with Beyonce, and now she got to see me get shot. Literally, this is what this girl said. She said, I didn't want this to come out, and I never would have said if it wasn't for Tory. But the whole case, too, is the defense said, well, you said that you didn't want to say nothing, but 4 days later, you did say something. So what is it that Tory posted that triggered you? She said it wasn't that Tory posted anything, but that his publicist was out here planning narratives. Megan said every time a blog that was friends with Tory posted something, she sent it off to her people so that they could see it. And I guess she was feeling attacked. Well, that falls flat because in the first couple of days, Tory was silent and we didn't even know what was going on. So bitch, you came out on the 15th and told everybody I got shot as a result of a crime committed against me. We didn't know shit. All we knew was Tory got arrested. It was a gun in the car, and you had a glass injury because that's what was said at first, and you went to the hospital. We thought Megan was okay. Nobody knew anything about a shooting. So she never, they said, did you ever send any of these things that you saw, these narratives? You know, no. She don't have no proof of what she claims she saw that triggered her to say something. So then she said, do you think that your career was and is big stories? She said, yeah. Smirked. Okay, that she got the bigger career. She said, this was worse for me. Tory, the one that gained fans. She said, I've been a villain. How he a victim now? She said, this messed up my whole life. And so she said, I wasn't going to say nothing. She said, if I wasn't party, and if I wouldn't have been around these bad people, this would have never happened.
Somebody tell me what I missed?
Everybody doing me bad. She said she didn't say anything because she thought that it was embarrassing about fucking Tory. They said, why did you lie about having sex with Tory? She said, because I'm disgusted. She said, how could somebody I She said, because I'm disgusted. She said, how could somebody I shared my body with shoot me? So she didn't want to tell nobody if they had had sex. She said, now every week they putting a new nigga on her body. She said, my partner, this is the first time I feel like I saw real emotion. She said, my partner is embarrassed of me because of the rumors. And then it looked like she started to, like there was some real emotion. I didn't see no tears, but it seemed like she really felt a way about that. And they said, well, you about your partner. And that's when she party, talking about her boyfriend party. And so she was like, yeah, he embarrassed me, you know, every day, you know, these different rumors and shit come out. And so Megan verbatim said, I wish that he would have shot and killed me.
It's all right, we keep going.
She said, if I, you know, these different rumors and shit come out. And so Megan verbatim said, I wish that he would have shot and killed me. She said, if I knew that I would have had to go through this torture, then she would have rather been dead, basically.
You wouldn't have to go through
this. So she literally said, I wish he would have shot and killed me if I knew that I was going to have to go through this. Okay. She said, Kelsey and I were best friends. And the reason why she don't fuck with Kelsey no more is because she met Tory at a hotel. I'm finna poke a hole in that. Megan say that she stopped fucking with Kelsey because Kelsey went to the hotel. I would like to know when she went to the hotel, because Megan left for New York right after she got out the hospital. She goes right to New York, flies to New York. She didn't take Kelsey with her. So when did Kelsey call you and tell you that she was at the thing? Because what was your initial issue with her then? That you didn't even take her. This was your assistant and best friend. She said, I only wanted, and this is what was interesting too. When she got shot allegedly and was in the hospital, she said, I only wanted T. Ferris there with me. Even though Kelsey was waiting outside and she knew it, she said, I only wanted T. Ferris in there with me, and we can only have one person because of COVID at the time. So she acknowledged that she did not want Kelsey in the room. My thing is, if you and Kelsey were not arguing and it wasn't nothing deep, and you only stopped fucking with Kelsey because she went to the hotel to allegedly meet Tory, why didn't you want your best friend that was there with you when this shit happened, who also was affected, I would guess, by what she saw in the hospital room with you? So I don't find her to be truthful in that matter, because obviously something else made you feel away. Under no circumstances am I going to leave my best friend outside when I know the last time I saw her, she was in a fucking bikini with no shoes on. And I'm going to fly to New York without her. It wasn't logical to me. But anyway, Megan went into saying, I have never had sex behind Kelsey. Never. She said Kelsey called and told her she had linked up with Tory, and she said, how could you? Why would you do that? And she said that she felt betrayed. She said the last time she talked to Kelsey was when Kelsey hit her up and said, what am I going to do for money? That's what she says happened, child. And then they said, did you ever see Kelsey again after that? No. They said, did Quan shoot you? She said, no. Did Kelsey shoot you? No. They said, who shot you? Tory. They said, is there any doubt as to who shot you? She said, no. All right. The prosecution was done with her ass. Time for cross-examination. They said you was at Kylie house with Kelsey and EJ, and the incident happened after. They said, do you remember getting questioned on the curb? She don't fucking remember. They say, okay, you did an interview with the detective, the one that got fired on July 16th, over the phone. They said you had your reps and your attorneys on the phone, right? And they said, was Desiree on the phone? And I believe the answer was yes, that she had been on the phone. They said there was another interview in November in 2020. You remember that? She said, yeah. Gail King. They said you went on Gail King to be truthful? She said yes. So then the question was, well, why did you lie about having sex with Tory? If the whole point was to be truthful and you went up there this year to have a conversation with her. Okay? They said, were you the one arguing and said that you were done and wanted to get out the car? And then you got back in the car? She said, yeah. And they said, why didn't you tell that you, that had happened and that he had shot you? She said, because I was scared. And then she repeated all that other regurgitated shit. He said, did you tell Gail he offered you money? Yeah. They said, you were asked about a sexual relationship with Tory. And she said, yes. And so the defense said, so you lied to the detectives? Megan answered, yes. They said, you lied on national television? Megan said, yes. They said, you lied to the prosecutors? They said, yes. They said, so you lied for 2 years about having a sexual relationship with him. And then in 2022, when you sat with Gail, you lied again. Yes. So, they said, did you tell Gail that you the one that told Tory to come? And so, she didn't. She did not say that she had invited him. They said, did you text or FaceTime Tory when you invited him over? She said she might have done both. They said, did you FaceTime Tory with Kylie on the phone? She don't remember. She said, but I probably did. So I think she really was trying to get him over there. Megan says she got there early evening, had been there about 5 hours before Tory got there, and had taken maybe 6 shots. They say, did you greet Tory at the door? She don't remember. He had to get in some type of way, but she don't know. She don't remember how he got in the goddamn house, even though she invited his ass.
Hey, hold on. And again, I know they want you to tell this story uninterrupted, but I with the amount of time she's saying she don't remember, do they bring up or do they mention the fact that it might not be she don't remember because it happened 2 years ago? It might be she don't remember because she's fucking too drunk.
That is exactly what they asked. Do you not remember because you were drunk? Okay. They absolutely did ask that question.
Yo, this
downplayed to me
chilling.
her drinking, and what they did was they highlighted the fact. They said, did you tell them that Kelsey was passed out in the house? And she said, yeah, I don't recall what her body was in the house, but yeah, she was drunk. And I think that was basically to paint the picture that if all of y'all were drinking together and Kelsey passed the fuck out, you wasn't drunk too? Everybody else just got wasted as fuck, but you was fine. You took a few shots and cooked some food. Okay. They said, did Tory have to take shots to get in the house? She don't recall that. She said she was ready to go home. So they said, you were ready to go home. Were you ready to go home because Tory was with Kylie? And you wanted to, she said she wanted to leave because her hair was messed up. And she said, EJ walked up to her and said, girl, your hair's slipping. He said, so EJ did not tell you that you were acting out? You needed to leave? You was doing too much? No, that didn't happen. He just said that her wig was slipping. They say, EJ drove you there? She said, yeah. They said, why you didn't leave with EJ? He the one that brought you. And they say, EJ waited for you, right? And she was like, no, he didn't wait for me. But she trumped herself up in that shit because they outlined how they moved the things. She had EJ go pack her shit up in the house, put it in the luggage and put it in Tory's car. So he was basically saying, you know, well, if it wasn't that deep with Tory, why you didn't fucking leave with him, who you came with? They said, did Tory or Quan even know that you were supposed to be riding back while you was putting shit in their car? Did y'all agree to that? She said no. So this is like a power. Who do you think you are to take over a nigga fucking vehicle and move your shit in his car? Basically, is what I was picking up.
Did she admit that pretty much they got loud and Kylie kicked all of them the fuck out?
No. No, she said she wanted to go because her wig was slipping.
Cap.
Acknowledge what was happening in Kylie's house. She said that she recalled having a purse and that the luggage could have been Kelsey's in the car. And Kelsey, you need to be paying attention to that, because the whole thing is people asking all these damn questions about all these bags and shit up in this car, to me to imply that this weapon could have been anywhere and all that kind of shit. And Megan sat up there and said there might have been Kelsey bags. She denied the damn bag. Even when they showed her the bags, she said, I got a lot of bags. She never claimed the shit in the car. So, girl, keep that in mind, because I know your ass sitting up watching someone, girl, and good luck tomorrow. So, now they trying to paint the picture. They said, so you want to go with Tory, but he didn't want to leave. But your shit was in EJ car. So they said you had them put the stuff in Tory car. And she said, yeah. She said, nobody knew that you was going to ride with them. She said, no. They said, and you didn't want to leave with EJ? She said, no, I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to leave you. You said earlier that you wanted to leave. So what did you leave yet? So she got in the car with Kelsey and Quan. She had no memory of going back, almost getting home, and then asking to come back. They said, so you never told anybody that you left your slides at Kylie's house so that they would take you back to Kylie's house? She don't remember that. She said Tory was in the back seat. They said, do you remember Kylie telling you that you need to leave? This is when I wish y'all could see it. She said no, but she shook her head yes. She nodded. Said no. I swear to God, right hand to the man. They said, does Kelsey back up your argument in the car? She said, yeah. They said, do you know like where you backing up at? And she said she don't remember. And then so she said, do you remember that Tory said that, Kelsey, why you backing up somebody that's, that's betraying you by sleeping with me? And then she said, yeah. They said, did you ever say, why would you say that to Tory? And she said, yes, I did ask him, why would he say that? And then so they said, she turned on me and she said that you backdoored her. Is it true that Kelsey said that you backdoored her? She said, they said, did you ask her what that meant when she said you backdoored her or ask anything about it? Megan said, I don't remember what I said to Kelsey, but I don't feel like I said nothing. Yes, she said I backdoored her, but I've never backdoored her, and I didn't ask her nothing about why she said that, and I don't know why she said that. I've never slept with anybody behind Kelsey, and she's never done that to me. That's what she claimed. She said Kelsey liked Tory. She said there was no reason for me and Kelsey to argue, even though she has acknowledged that Kelsey just found out that she was having sex with Tory. She says there was no reason for us to argue, and so they show her some paperwork, and they said. When Kelsey said that you backdoored her, she said probably nothing. They said, did you talk about Kelsey getting upset and that this wasn't the first time? She was like, yeah. They said, even though you slept with Tory, Kelsey was mad at him and not mad at you. And that's how she tried to put it. Like, yeah, she was upset with him, not me. She was backing me up. She said after that, the shit switched because she said Tory stopped calling them bitches and hoes. So they banded together after Tory started being very disrespectful to them, that they start arguing back with him, getting disrespectful. So that she said Kelsey was on her side, even though Kelsey had just found out that she had fucked the nigga, and even though Megan acknowledges that Kelsey said, okay, this ain't the first time you done backdoored me. She trying to act like nothing else was said. They just start jumping on Tory. It's not logical. Let me see. The police interview. They asked her about that on day one. They said moments of the interview said that there was a verbal argument. They said the police report says that you got in a fight with Kelsey. Megan Thee Stallion said, that's what that paper says, but I don't remember that.
Let's get the 125 end.
Tiny water. And that's what Megan was saying.
Wait. She said she don't remember fighting with Kelsey at all?
She says that the paper says that she got in an argument with Kelsey, but she don't remember saying that. But she will acknowledge that that's what the paper says. But she don't remember saying that.
Oh, she's sticking to the script.
Yeah.
She figured out the points that she's misremembering, the things that she don't remember are very careful and very important to her not perjuring herself and her not completely flipping a 180 to look like she's been lying the last 2 years. This is good.
Mm-hmm. And so she said me and Kelsey was never arguing. That's what she said. They said you said only Kelsey and Tory arguing in the back seat. She said yeah. So they talked about her being on Sunset at the bus stop. They said, did Tory come out of the car to get you back in the car? And she said she don't remember that. They said, do you recall Tory walking up to you at this bus stop to try to get you back in the car? She does not recall. She said my phone was dying or it had already died. But mind you, I saw the evidence photos with the 2 charges. They said, do you recall that you told prosecutors that you spoke to your manager at the bus stop? You said your phone was dying or it died, but you told them, I'll call my manager, come pick me up, because I don't want to be continuing to argue. Megan said, I don't. She said,
Every moment in life is a bet, like betting on taking a hitchhiker tailgating.
She said, I don't remember, but I could have said it. Now, this is in the transcripts. This is from the detective that she told. So they're showing her what she said. But she continues with this, well, I don't remember. Maybe I did. It's in fucking black and white. That's what you said. They said, what time do you think you called your manager? She said, maybe 4 a.m., maybe 4:15. And they said, is that a proper time frame? She said, yeah, I could have. Okay. They said, the second stop, in relation to where you were, where was home? She said, up the hill. She said, we went on a side street and I didn't know where I was. They said, well, how was you going to get home? She said, I was going to figure it out. So she said she got out the car the second time. That's when she walked to the front of the car. Tory say, dance, bitch. And she saw him with a gun. This is her story. They said, do you know where your car stopped on the street? She don't know. So they said they said, prosecutors, you walked to the back of the car. So if that's what they're repeating, that was incorrect. She said, yeah, that would be incorrect. Now, remember, she had said this multiple times, that she was walking towards the rear. So now she's saying that's wrong. She was walking towards the front of the car. They said, did you tell Detective Stogner that you walked to the back of the car? She says no, but they're looking at the fucking paperwork. They said, how long was it before gunshots went off after Tory said, dance, bitch? She said a few seconds. Okay. Mind you, Kelsey was sitting right behind Megan. So now we get into this big discussion about, well, how in the hell in a few seconds, basically, did Tory get to that side of the car to shoot at you? Because that means they said Tory would have either have had to get out the car and walk around the back or cross over Kelsey. Maybe what he did in the car. I don't know. But she made the statement herself with detectives and said that Tory must have crossed over Kelsey to get to that seat, to open that door, to be standing on the step to shoot at her ass. But she said Kelsey had no gun. And they said, you and Kelsey had on a bikini. She said, yeah, so I know we didn't have no gun because we had on a bikini. They said, well, Tory had on swim trunks. So how you think he had a weapon? She said, I don't remember what he had on. They said, where was the shooting coming from? She said, from the passenger side, from where Kelsey had been sitting at, that seat. She said the shooting came from that area. Then she made a statement and said that he got out the car to shoot me. They said he got out the car, or like, what's up? Then she said, I didn't see him do anything. My back was turned at that particular time. They said it took a couple seconds. So Tory got in Kelsey's seat, and then she was like, I mean, I guess it's possible. I don't know. She said, I don't know how he got to where he was in the vehicle to ultimately be over the thing shooting me. I don't know. Okay, so they played that game back and forth. they said, she just said, I saw him where Kelsey had been. And so they said, do you remember posting on Instagram that you said that you was walking away facing the back? She said, I was walking away facing the back, meaning that my back was to it, but that I had turned my head to the left. And that's how I saw it. They said, they pulled up the post that had her feet with the shit in them. They said, how could you tell he shot you with your back turned? And that's what she kept reiterating. I looked over my shoulder and I saw him with the gun, but she never saw him fire the gun per what she said. She felt like she know he shot her because she saw him with the gun and he said, dance, bitch. That's her testimony. And so, they said, you said you stepped on glass. She said, yeah. They said, were you scared at the hospital? She said, no. They said, so why didn't you say anything then? Megan says, because I didn't want to be a snitch. In the Black community, people don't like snitches. I didn't want to cooperate, basically. But they said, okay, but before you said that you were afraid. So, like, which one is it? Because the reasons why you didn't say anything kept changing. And so they brought up the Instagram Live from 2020 with the blue hair, where she was pointing out Tory directly for the first time. They said, do you remember saying that you a thug bitch from the South Side and this nigga over here shot you? And Megan said, when he said this nigga, the lawyer, Tory lawyer, Armenian, right? So she said, can you repeat that? And he repeated it again. She must not know this is a court of law where we're going to go over every little thing. Yeah, he just said nigga. He said it again. Okay, you said you was a thug motherfucker from the South Side and that this nigga had shot you. And she said, yeah, they had to pull the video up for her. The bitch don't remember nothing. They said, did you say that the police officer was being a bitch and was being rude to you? So that's why you didn't tell her nothing? She said this in the live. So was it that you were scared? Was it that you didn't want to be a snitch? Was it that the police officer was a bitch? What was the reason why, when you got to safety, you still said there was glass in your feet? That's what they want to know. She ain't got no damn answer. She said, I didn't tell the cop. I didn't tell the doctor because I felt like the doctor was going to tell the police. That's what we shift to at that point. They said, where did Tory pull a gun from? She said, I don't remember saying I saw him pull a gun. They said, where did he pull the gun from? You said you saw him with a gun. And so the transcripts said, she stated that she saw him pull a gun, but now she's saying she never saw him pull a gun. She just saw him with the gun ultimately. And so she said he was halfway out the car. She said his head, his torso, and his arm was out the car. She said, I clearly saw him with the gun. She said she clearly saw him, even though she also says that it was dark as hell outside and she didn't even know where she was going and she went to the nearest driveway. It was so dark, but she clearly saw him. They said, so in a few seconds, you made it over there and this shit happened. She said, yeah, a few seconds, maybe more. They said, did you leave your door open or closed? She said, I don't remember. They said, did you have any fight with Kelsey? No. An argument outside of the car with Kelsey? No. This is when we take a break. When we come back, they said, did you discuss stuff with the people about being guarded? And she said, yeah. And so they said, did you bring that up or did they bring it up? They said she brought it up. That was a concern of hers. Okay, they moved on. They said, what was the car stopped on the street? And that's when Megan said, I don't even know what I'm looking at. It was a fucking map, bitch. That's M-A-P, Dora. What the hell is it supposed to be? So they said, well, if you can't pay attention, you don't know what the hell this map is, basically. Can you draw where the car was, where you were, and where you went? And this is when we get this raggedy-ass picture of what Megan said that she was. And I swear to God, it looks just like this. And he said, you're quite the artist. And she chuckled at the bullshit. So they say she was approximately maybe 8 feet away from where Tory was. So she said Kelsey approached her in the driveway. And then she said they had bumped into each other, Kelsey and Tory, and went about their business. They said, let me turn my motherfucking phone. They said, did you tell anybody that Kelsey and Tory bumped into each other? She said no. The very first time that this is coming out is now. They said this is the first time you are ever saying that they bumped into each other.
Yo,
she said, yeah, this is the first time.
Yeah,
they said, you mentioned Kelsey on the 6th in the Gale interview because they said, why didn't you tell anybody that they bumped into each other? She said, because I didn't want to mention Kelsey. I didn't want her involved in this.
I'm not going to end this until I
and
get
they said, but you also you mentioned her name throughout that interview, so you had already brought her up. Why didn't you say nothing about it? She ain't got no goddamn answer. They said, did you ever tell Gail that Tory bumped Kelsey? She said, probably not. They said, did you tell the detective that Tory was in the car? And then she said, yeah, and then that she saw his head, torso, on his hand. They said, did you tell the detective that Tory crossed over Kelsey? She said, she don't recall. They said, if I show you what you said, would that refresh your memory? She said, yeah. They showed her the statements. So my thing is, you initially said that he had crossed over. So were you looking through the window? Did you see more than what you're acting like you saw? Because that's contradictory to me. How did you see? Why did you tell the detective that you saw Tory cross over her to get in her seat to shoot at your ass? And what sense do it make if he was already sitting on the driver's side and that's the direction you was going, for him not to just put down his window and shoot at her ass? How the hell did he shoot at her damn feet if she was in front of the fucking hood and he's over the damn door in the window? How? That don't even make no fucking sense. So any damn way, they said, did you tell the detective that he must have gone over Kelsey to shoot me? And then she said, after she looked, like, yeah, she had to acknowledge it. They said, but I asked you that earlier, and you said no, and told her that she basically was playing crazy. They said, did Tory have anything in the car? She said, I don't know what Tory had in the car. I don't know. So they showed Megan the back seat. They asked her about all the different bags and shit, and she was trying to put it off on Kelsey, talking about maybe them was Kelsey bags, and she don't recognize the Louis Vuitton bag. She got a lot of bags. And she said, I'm just not sure if I have that bag. They said, did you tell EJ to take the bags out of his car and put them in Tory's car? Yeah. Did you tell EJ to go pack up your clothes from Kylie's home and put them in the car? Yeah. They said on July 16th in the interview, did you say, now this was interesting. Did you say on July 16th in an interview, I didn't know I was shot and I didn't want to spread false information?
Everybody's dropping their
I don't want to
Cashapp
get false
and write your name
info.
down.
I don't want to get nobody in trouble. Yes, she absolutely did say that. So it is on record that 4 days after Megan said that she was shot, that she said, well, I didn't know that I was shot and I didn't want to spread, false information. But you say you watched the nigga shoot at you, so what would be false about that? That don't make no damn sense either. But even when they showed her the paper, she said she didn't remember. Every time they show Megan her own damn statements, Megan said, that's what the paper says, but I don't remember. I don't remember saying that. I don't remember that. They said, do you remember that 4 days later, your attorneys were talking to the police? And they said, do you remember that your manager and you requested that the interview not be recorded? She said, I don't recall that. They said, do you recall Rock Nation being on a phone call 2 days later with Tory? They cut that off. Cut it off.
Objection? It was objection?
Yeah, they did not allow her to answer that question. They go into Kelsey. They said, she said she haven't seen Kelsey and that she only had got a text. Then she had to admit that it was a phone call. They said, when did you tell Kelsey that you left? She didn't give no
lie after lie that maybe the jury would just look at it and be like, man, we're dealing with a fucking compulsive liar. Throw this bitch out. I'm not saying she knocked it out the park, but
it wasn't one of those days where you left feeling like Megan just fucked this up. Yeah. It wasn't that, but holes were absolutely poked in her story. Absolutely. If it's a jury with 12 people, 4 might have been like, damn, that nigga shot her. The rest of the hoes gonna be like, that hoe a liar.
Let me ask you a question. So I know Meg gave her availability. That's why she came in today. Was she going to be available tomorrow?
We got through everything today and they dismissed her as a witness. So I think she's done.
Okay, no, I know she's done, but put it like this. If I'm Tory's lawyer, she's sitting. You remember Amber Heard was up there for like some days.
Right.
I need her for 3 days. I
don't think they give her 3 days.
Up there for 3 days.
By the time they got done with her, they was tired. The judge said, okay, can we dismiss this witness? And then they said, yeah, y'all done. Okay, thank you. Like, it was like a, please. There were a lot of, can we approach, Your Honor? There were a lot of sidebar conversations.
Really?
Where they wanted a lot. The Tory's defense at a lot of different points, which I feel like they should have, because it started coming off like, well, damn, they would tell somebody else, answer the question, and leave it at the question.
2 seconds.
They let Megan just say whatever the fuck she wanted to say. And that's why I think it was so rehearsed, because she set up if they said Megan is the sky blue, she would say, yeah, the sky blue, because I went outside and I was at the park and I looked up at the sky and, you know, yeah, the sky blue. It was just excessive shit, but they would object, and they would say, let her do it, overruled, handle it, and they would let her continue on. And I didn't think that was really fair. I didn't.
So the main thing we're taking away from this is that there's definitely some holes. You know, one thing with what you told me that I think she buttoned up, she tried to button up the major, like, you know, discrepancy of her saying, no, I know Tory shot me and my back was turned. She basically closed that loophole by saying, well
I turned my head to the left.
Yeah, when I turned my head around, he had the gun. I didn't see him pull the shots, but he's the last person that had the guns. I'm making a conclusion he shot me, right?
Yes.
Which still might help Tory, but it doesn't make her look like a liar, because she was saying, Tory shot me, but I never seen who shot me. Right. But now she's saying, I seen him with the gun.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
So when Kelsey comes in tomorrow, it'll be very interesting to see what she says, because, mind you, Kelsey had gunshot residue on her. And it was said that Kelsey was very close to Megan when this shit went off. Don't forget, a witness saw the muzzle flash go off in the midst of what looked like an altercation. So for her to say that, you know, and they already testified that no gunshots were fired, like, in the vehicle. Now, I'm going to tell you something else.
What do you mean? What do you mean? No gunshots were fired in the vehicle?
A police officer came up as a witness and said that they knew that the gun was not fired in the car, which she did say he was half in, half out. But she said that she deduced that it wasn't in the car because it would have been a smell in the car from when they fired it. The shell casings would have been in the car and all that shit. But let me tell you what the problem is. If the car stopped in the middle of the street and Tory shot the gun over the window at you, them shell casings would have been in a particular spot. I'm not feeling like the the shell casings are where they were supposed to be per where she claims he was. No. Though when they showed us some shell casings, it looked like it, and they said it's in the man's backyard. It was it was on the property. It's to me, I feel like a fight spilled over into a particular space. The gun went pop, 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 pause, pop, pop. That could have been a struggle. I really feel like the gun went off. I feel like people were struggling, but fuck that. The shell casings, if he shot you from the vehicle, would have been in the damn street. The shell casings wasn't in the street, from what I recall. Yeah, there were more. So they said they were in his backyard.
And usually there's some type of, you know, levitation between the street and the curb, and obviously I don't know if there's like a little, you know, pavement where you can walk, but obviously that would be different than someone's yard. If a shell casing flew 6 feet over there, nah.
Insanity.
Well, apparently they're going to be bringing a gun expert. Hey, did the surgeon testify?
Not yet, but he will, supposedly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because now we're going to get to talk about this whole thing about what the fuck happened with
these bullet fragments. I want to see what was the regimen for the physical therapy. When did she start walking again? What date did she start walking again? We seen her in Mexico. We seen her on the boat fishing and shit. When was this happening?
This shit. I know she was kind of, or at least when you told me, it sounded like she was a little bit elusive around the subject of if she was intoxicated. Does she? I know she admits she drank 6 shots before Tory gets there. Does she just flat out say, "I was drunk"?
No.
Does she admit being impaired, like with her, with whether
they
judgment?
Asked her. They said you mentioned that you had been laughing a lot at the party. They said, was that because you were drunk? She said it could have been because I had been drinking. She never acknowledged that she was drunk, even though they brought up the fact that. But Kelsey, who was there with you all day, and y'all always party, she was passed out drunk. Yeah, but I had about probably 6 shots. She never said she was drunk.
I'm wondering if, let's say Corey Gamble takes the stand. I'm wondering if
he's supposed to be. They said that.
I wonder if he's gonna say, well, not only did Kylie kick her out, but she was belligerent and acting out while at the party, which led to her leaving. The thing about what Meg's testimony did is that unless somebody fills in the gap, her saying, well, I don't remember, Tory,
right back here
like, I don't know if Tory's going to take a stand, but Tory can't fill that timeline in. That's basically hearsay at this point.
Right.
So she said, like, to establish what happened, right, before Tory got there, and then when Tory gets there, you need somebody to speak on that. Hopefully Kelsey will, but I don't know. If you were saying she was passed out, maybe she missed some shit too.
Exactly. And I think that with the defense wanting to bring up Corey, they have an idea of what he would say. Because if you tell the truth, then you're going to say a particular thing. Why the hell would they request to have him come up if he wasn't going to say something that would benefit them? So I absolutely believe that Corey will get on the stand and testify to the fact that she was put the fuck out.
Interestingly enough, I'm actually surprised that she didn't say. I thought she was definitely gonna like corroborate the prosecutor's story that she saw Tory hit Kelsey, but
right.
she didn't say that. She said bump.
We hit it, bro.
Which now I'm wondering if Kelsey doesn't admit to
I don't want to end.
I gotta wonder where the prosecutor got it from. Because
Amen.
The witness never told you that. Apparently, Kelsey never really told. Like, there's got to be something new. I think Kelsey has an immunity deal. I think the deal she has says, listen, no matter what you did that night, you will not get charged now or in the future. As long as you get on the stand and testify on the behalf of the prosecutors, basically saying that Tory shot Megan, you saw her.
Right. But what are we going to say about her jewelry and her nail?
Well, this is where you're going to be instrumental, like, definitely tomorrow, when Tory's lawyers got to ask Kelsey, do you have a current deal with the prosecutors that has allowed this testimony and allow you to be here? Do you have anything pre-existing? Because it's pertinent to know. You got to know it. You know what I mean? Because if she's bound by an immunity deal to testify, you never know what she might say or omit, just trying to help the prosecution get a conviction.
Right. Absolutely.
Because it's clear she's not doing this out of love for Meg. She's definitely not doing this out of love for Meg.
She has said, but make it make sense, because Kelsey the one did a diss track and said, do your label really know who shot you? She said that Kelsey went live and said, after Gail, this is just the beginning. Let her do what she gonna do. I'm gonna talk about, and called her a liar. So you finna get up here and say what on Megan's behalf, if that's the case. Everybody thinks she's gonna be on Megan's side, but what the fuck are you gonna say if you've been calling her a liar this whole damn time?
Also, wait, hey, did they ask Meg? I know they got to ask Kelsey this. Meg had stated that the reason that Kelsey did not come out and basically get her side and speak the quote-unquote truth, which would say that, oh, Tory shot Meg, is because Tory not only offered, but it looked like Tory was supporting her business or whatever the case is. Did she get asked if she had any tangible proof that Tory was literally either supporting or paying under the table, whatever the fuck you want to call it?
Oh, and let me tell you what she did. Megan claimed that Kelsey went to this damn hotel to meet up with Tory and with the whoop. At first, she said it was a text. Then she changed it and said it was a phone call. So we have no proof of the claims that Megan made that Kelsey claims, allegedly, that Tory offered her anything. There's no proof of that. She said it was a phone call, and Megan said, how could you do that? You betrayed me. You know, that nigga shot me. Why the fuck would you go over there by yourself? And all of that shit. And left it right there.
Wow. That's interesting. That's fucking interesting. So, Kelsey is, top of the morning tomorrow, Kelsey will be testifying.
Yeah. Kelsey's supposed to be the next witness. Oh, she's supposed to testify to Wednesday, so I don't know if she's gonna be first up, but she's supposed to be Wednesday.
Okay. That means they gotta play that diss song she made at
They got to.
They gotta
and
play
I want to
that.
hear about the sex tape talk. Will Desiree be back in court? Is she coming to the damn stand? What the hell going on with that? Because are we gonna talk about that?
It's clear that, well, first of all, I think Rock Nation, we all know where they've placed their eggs in the basket of getting a conviction. Trust and believe. All the entities that have supported and invested a lot of money into Meg, they need a conviction. Whether they give a fuck about Tory or not, the only way to make sure that, number one, Meg's career goes even higher, and also she's not looked at as quote unquote a liar, is that Tory gonna go to jail. And I think that they're not only showing support in dealing with certain people, but fuck all that real quick. The driver, why is he not on no subpoena list or anything?
Because he disappeared.
Understand. And he keeps getting mentioned. He's been mentioned the whole time, but nobody has expressed interest in bringing him up or any fucking thing. I don't know where the hell he done went. We ain't never heard from the damn man. They did show his picture up at the damn jail. But, okay, and what the hell is he? And then Megan said about the driver that he never said nothing. She don't remember him saying nothing, that he was just quiet the whole damn time. But you got witnesses who saw a whole bunch of shit. So you telling me, Megan, the witnesses are lying? A man woke up in the middle of the night and decided to lie minutes after this incident about you getting into a physical altercation and this shit happening.
Hold on. The bodyguard, allegedly, and I know a lot of people have played this and pretty much we've adopted it seemingly to be true. There is a video where a bodyguard is talking, and the bodyguard is basically breaking down what happened the night.
Yeah.
Now, granted, if you can't get that nigga to come in to testify, maybe some things from what he said that went on social media or YouTube.
Did anybody confirm that was him, though?
Oh, well, I guess the prosecutors have. Say again?
The audio is just audio.
Yeah.
So did we ever confirm that was even a security guard?
Well, I gotta imagine that the prosecutor would do that. You gotta do that. Like, yo, if you have three people in a love triangle and the only person who's neutral, you gotta get that nigga's statement.
I would think so.
That's odd to me.
Yeah. Yeah. I would hope that they would put his ass on, because he should know everything. He the one that was sitting outside the whole damn time. They acknowledged that he never came in the party, never was meant to. Sat in the car the whole time. So this nigga sitting outside. He done seen everything that happened outside. He the one that's been driving all damn night. That's the one got the damn answers.
When Tory allegedly apologized via text, that might have been to Kelsey. Was there any follow-up text messages sent to him like, bro, why did you shoot her or something like that? Like anything that could, that could pin that apology to an act, because that apology just seems random, right?
No, and when you hear the call from the jail, everything makes sense. When you hear more than that little itty bitty ass piece of "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do this" and da 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 da, when he says, what happened, I can't take it back, but I hate that, da da da. That sounds like somebody who regrets. If the story is, damn, I'm the one that divulged that we was having sex and this then fucked y'all up and this shit then blew up to some more shit, it makes sense what he said. That puts it in context. I don't know anybody that would shoot a bitch and say, try to kill her, I guess, and shoot at a bitch 5 times and say, child, whatever happened. I can't take it back, but that doesn't correlate to me. It makes perfect sense that he felt bad about divulging that information. And when he said, I don't move like that. Even when he texting, I don't move like that. I was drunk. I think he feel like I ain't no chatty ass nigga. So I wouldn't have did that if I wasn't drinking. It make perfect sense that it was, damn, I hate that I said that shit. Like, it's going to cause a problem between you guys. It did cause a problem.
30 real quick, and I'm going to end. No bullshit.
No, I agree.
And don't forget, we haven't heard the body cam footage yet, but we got to hear the statement he made that Kelsey did say, I'm hyperventilating, I'm about to pass out. And he said, it's okay, they don't know what happened.
Okay, the ring camera footage that the shots were being heard on, is there anything, even if it's faint, because I gotta imagine the dance bitch. That sounds like a one-liner out of a movie. You get what I mean? Is any of that any?
Nene for you
do
get
you
a
hear shouting before
No.
captured, or you just only hear bullets?
You just hear the bullets.
Because that ring camera was inside the house, right?
All you hear is some damn bullets.
Did the defense attorney kind of, because here's the thing. There is some reason, and this if I'm the defense attorney, I would argue that, oh, hey, you don't really know who shot you, but you do have some type of motive to pin it on Tory.
Yeah.
You get what I mean?
Hell yeah. That's how I feel.
Nene before you get a whooping. You better hit the Nene before you get a whooping.
What I could
Nene, hurry up.
And his, because I told.
Oh shit. Yo.
Or maybe how she was looking at the blogs, covering her limping, and then thinking that she was doing something that maybe she wasn't doing. And you tell me.
Absolutely. They asked her about that, just about the way that she decided to handle things. And she just said that she was embarrassed. She said she would have never said nothing if Tory's team wasn't putting out false stories and trying to make a narrative, that she would have never told anybody about this. And I found that to be odd, that you would never, so you was going to go home that night, because mind you, they were still taking her home. They weren't going to the hospital, they were taking her home. So you were going to be okay with getting dropped off at your damn house, and you were never going to say nothing about this incident, is what you're telling me? That's what you're telling the courts? That's fucking ridiculous to me.
Yo, everybody knows she lying.
And you embarrassed, and you don't want to be a snitch. You got right up on Instagram and told the shit. What the fuck is you talking about? You was talking to police the day after, doing an interview. What the fuck is you talking about?
You know what's interesting about that? I think when she first comes out and says, hey, listen, I was a victim, I don't think Tory made any statement. I think people were covering the story, being ignorant, saying, hey, the police are investigating the shooting, and they I think people were confused and arrested with detained at that point. But it was like, yo, hey, all three of these people got arrested: Tory Lanez, Meg, and another woman. And of course, that's how it was playing on all media. And of course, what people were interpreting is that, oh shit, Meg probably did something wrong. I don't think Tory was putting out any narrative. I think what happened was that Meg did not like the fact that it was seen that she might have been into some bullshit, because obviously she's definitely brand friendly.
If people remember, and if everybody goes back, the jokes were running rampant. It wasn't Tory, it was the internet. When people saw Megan in the middle of the night walking backwards, we see a little blood. She said she stepped on glass. They continue to call her a drunk bitch. It's rumors about her being an alcoholic, and people throw it in her face and all kind of shit. People in the internet started taunting her. That is when that girl came out and said something. And we heard the audio of Kelsey saying Meg's team is already all over this. 5 hours after the shit, when she talked to Tory on the jail call, she said, yeah, Meg's people are already all over this. So her team had already come in, like they said. Y'all asked them not to even, record the interview that you did with them. Y'all wanted that off the record and shit. To me, strategy was already being had. And they said, why did you want to call the manager? And she said, because I felt like if I could just,
I said that was a shrewd moment, a shrewd answer by her to say, oh, I don't remember asking them to not record it, because the question would be, why would you not want it to be recorded? Unless maybe, right? You didn't want it to surface, and you just wanted to basically tell on the nigga.
Exactly.
And not you being. Yeah.
Exactly.
Y'all better tune in tomorrow too, bro.
I don't think it was a slam dunk for her. She may have touched a couple of people today, but this is very early.
One more view.
We still got a lot more people to get through that's going to have a story to tell. So this was not a slam dunk. Like I said, I think that there was some genuine. The most genuine that I saw, emotion-wise, was every time she brought up Party her boyfriend. And at certain points when she brought up Kelsey and the fact that they were no longer friends, she seems to be really hurt by the fact that, and I think that was real, that her and Kelsey were no longer friends. And when she had to say basically her nigga was embarrassed to her, the bitch looked embarrassed. I don't know if it was hurt, but she looked affected. Absolutely, yeah.
She probably
I definitely believe that.
Too.
I think she's in a hopefully healthy relationship now.
Yeah.
And every day we find out about 3 more rappers who supposed to be smashed. And I could imagine like, he's probably trying to be as supportive as he can be, but he's looking
it's a
like
lot.
a clown.
It's a
You know what I mean?
Yeah, he looked like a clown. It looked like everybody that had your bitch.
And she's reacting off of that, and she probably feels horrible because none of this would have really came to light or start getting confirmed until this whole situation. So I believe that. I believe that. Did they ask her? Did they ask her? Hey, okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, and I'm just phrasing the question so they could ask it differently.
Mm-hmm.
Does she believe there is any possibility that, and I think you may have answered this already, any possibility that Kelsey could have fired that gun? I know she believes it's Tory, but does she believe it's impossible that Kelsey could have fired that gun?
She repeatedly said, "I know who shot me. It was Tory." They said point blank, "Did Kelsey shoot you?" No. She said she's never known Kelsey to have a gun or even handle a gun. But Kelsey did say in her rap that if I was the one with the gun, you would have heard about a murder. So, where did that come from? Is that because you've handled weapons before? You've been around weapons? Kelsey said she was a real street bitch, if that's where you want to take it. So you've never seen Kelsey handle a gun? You don't know anything about, you don't think that she would have got up on and handled it? And I'm going to say something. There are people saying they feel like defense could have gone harder, and y'all are hearing things and weren't there. Defense did what they were supposed to do, because you got to think about the optics. The defense was a man. She's the victim, the presumed victim. So he couldn't get up there going hard at that fucking girl.
You can't badger the witness like that.
Yeah,
you got to keep it cool.
He played it how he was supposed to. He had to walk a fine line, and I think that he did a great job doing so. He poked the holes in the story. He didn't have to do too much. It was very easy.
Yeah, it kind of looked like if I was in that jury pool, I'd probably say, listen,
I think we had one.
It seems like she has told lies before, and she's probably liable to continue lying whenever it behooves her. However, it's a gut call if
all right, listen,
I'm gonna.
We're gonna pick this back up probably tomorrow. I'm gonna stream tomorrow. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm gonna stream for 4 hours again tomorrow. So, bro, I appreciate everybody that's in here, bro. Bro, Megan's a lie. She needs to go to jail for lying. No kizzy. All right, I'm out, bro.